Hello there, early tubers. My microphone is picking up a little bit of my fan sounds. Kind of warm today, so just give me a second to see if I can fix that. Hey there, Duke. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Been not streaming enough lately, or recording enough YouTube stuff, so... It's been hard work trying to get back into all this, but... otherwise, I'm okay. Okay, looks like the microphone's not picking up too much more fan. I got it positioned a little better, that's good. Music might be a bit loud on the balance. Tweak that. That down a little, see how it balances out. Still might be a bit. It always just depends on the song. Classic. Yeah, I actually just got back from the pool. Had a big long swim today. So, feeling a little better about that. Alright. Let's see. Gotta get my mind on Factorio. It's been a while. And I remember we were in the beginning of something kind of exciting for today's stream. And then I got busy and didn't get back to it in time, so... Let's, It's not even... My pre-stream setup's not even right. 10 a.m. Wait a second. Not even the right... It's evening. Alright, I'm also going to change the music up here before we get started. I left it at the same soundtrack we ended the last stream on, but I think I'm going to pick a new one. I got lots of music. Let's see, what would be good for Factorio tonight? I think last time we did like Wild Arms and then Xenogears. How big is this out? Hard drive? Alright, that's okay. That hasn't failed me yet. Yeah, we'll see what this one sounds like. I don't know if I've actually listened to this one before. So. I'm on OBS. Popcorn, heck yeah. Got too many colons in this music thing here. Alright, so it's not Xenogears. No. It is, in fact... Alright, we'll see how this one goes. Hey there, Dono. Well, I got lots to explain to catch up on, but we'll be getting in here just a second. Alright. Some, hopefully, chill music. And let's see where we left off last stream. So, lots of mods and stuff. I've talked about it plenty at this point. Krastorio and space exploration are the main ones. A little bit loud. Okay, good. So, if I remember correctly, last stream we got to the whole rocket launching business. Looks like we've got that working. So that was our last sort of large project. launching rockets into space. It works mostly automatically, but not 100%, you know. And I'm sure we're running into some resource shortages and stuff on the way to some of these ingredients. But we are building rockets. And I believe we also are building satellites, although this was tricky, and then launching them. And I'm pretty sure we've launched like 3 or 4, and we just unlocked like a new screen. So this is part of space exploration. I'm not exactly sure what this is referring to. I just pressed the N button and then went to orbit. Maybe this is supposed to be something. I don't really know what this is supposed to be. Anyway, we can see some other stuff that we've scanned. So we've got a big old star, you know, doing his star thing. And then we've got Novus, which is the planet we're on. This is where we start with all the biters. Kind of your vanilla planet from base Factorio with all your regular resources. And a little extra. But we also now have a moon. And this place looked real interesting. So we got new resources, barrel, immersite, cryonite. That's all cool, right? And apparently no enemies. So I don't even need to worry about defenses. I can just happily harvest. Sounds really nice. I'm not sure what all these stats mean in terms of robot interference and stuff. But it's a moon. It's not a moon, but it is a moon. And it's got some tags. We can have a quick look. I remember showing this off at the end of the last stream and being real excited about, like... one of the problems with our current base is, like, I'm about to run out of copper. And I'm like, oh, look at this. This is beautiful. We got, like, almost 1 million copper right in the middle. And we got more of these core drills we can set up if we want. We've got some barrel. We've got iron. Sure, you know... We got like nearly 1 million copper, iron, plus new stuff all nearby, which means should be easy to get set up, right, with the basic materials. Not a lot of coal, but there is a lot of oil, and we have the tech. We can use oil instead if we want, basically. So that's good. Like, this place looks pretty interesting. Tons of oil. Like, that's like the main thing. This moon is full of oil. So, you know, if you want to. I'm not sure. I'm not great with the controls just yet, but yeah, this is. I don't know what this is. This is orbit. Is this like where all my satellites go when I launch them? It's the space platform. So I didn't build this. Maybe this was here before, but like I'm not sure how this relates to our satellites we launch. And maybe this was just floating in space when we got here. Anyway, I'm not really sure how to deal with this. I don't even know how to get to a new planet yet. So. This is all still work in progress, but for today's stream, I think that's kind of what I'm looking at. I would like to get to our moon. I'm not sure if we've scanned anything else in the system yet. Danger zone. Highway. We can get some statistics here. Look, we found... See, we're launching satellites in the background, which is pretty fun. We got to go to the Universe Explorer. Right. So this is like... N button is navigation or something like that. Navigation system. The U button takes us to the Universe Explorer. And yeah, I think that's the only 2 things we found so far. Is the moon of Morrigan and then an asteroid belt. And this place is also non-biter. More Delta V. So it would... I know a little bit about Delta V and rocket launch. Just a little bit. But I do know that more Delta V means you need a lot more fuel to launch and travel. Speed up and slow down, basically. Solar probably means you get more efficient solar, like less atmosphere, so more power from solar panels. So there's an asteroid belt, or an asteroid in the asteroid belt. We could look at it. It'll generate this up. Wait, there's a ship here? Interesting. It's an enemy structure. Okay, I don't know anything about this stuff. It kind of looks like it crashed. It does look like it's kind of half broken. But there might be some resources to scavenge. But the turrets, I don't know, maybe they'll shoot us or something. These are full of ion streams. Don't cross the ion streams. But yeah, we got asteroids. Look at this. This is cool. Barrel. I don't know how we'll travel between asteroids, but there's definitely some resources up here. And it's like an asteroid belt. So you see a lot of asteroids. You kind of, yeah, okay, cool. Not just one asteroid. Just gotta find them. All right. Well, we'll have to look into this later. This is great. We got a million things to do. Let's yeah, those are just all the things we've scanned. Sure. Eventually we'll have lots of these and have priorities and stuff. Yeah, and then there's like the whole interstellar map. Like there's a lot of stuff to do. I mean, we're still just looking at our own star system rather than traveling between. So there you go. The map's updated with asteroids, yeah. Or yeah, asteroids up. So yeah, you can see at a glance 172% solar efficiency. I don't know, that might mean there's a wreck there or something. Our planet is full of biters, of death. And then orbit has really high solar efficiency. It has water, and that's where we are. Alright, sounds good, Duke. But yeah, the moon looks great. So definitely we want to go to the moon. That's way better than our Earth moon, Luna. All right, so let's stop playing around with that. We're gonna plan to go there. We even have a calculator that could help us go from Novus to the moon or something. I don't know how to do all this, but I'm sure there's a way to go. I don't know. Intergalactic. Okay, this is all far more complicated than I'm ready for. I'll try to get there eventually. Maybe today, maybe next stream. We'll see. Let's just go home here. We're home. So that's great. We're launching rockets every now and then. We are still not making them very quickly because all my buttons just keep clicking stuff blue. You know, we don't have enough resources. We're currently bottlenecked on rocket fuel for the satellite. And I have to move some stuff manually because... Not manually, this is just my buffer for some of the ones. But yeah, we're not getting enough rocket fuel because it turns out we need just tremendous amounts of oxygen to make rocket fuel. And I just need more. And I have a box of iron feeding it. We've got lots of oil. And I mean, I've got a lot of, to be fair, I mean, we set up a lot of oxygen. Don't shoot my buildings. Lots of oxygen, but I could probably add like, I don't know, 10 more or something. I think I remember calculating it a little bit, and I'm like, I vastly underestimated 1,000 oxygen in 1 second when I was trying to calculate how much I would need. I think we might be making. It's the bottleneck here as well. So if we want to speed up launches, we just need more rocket. We need more oxygen for more rockets. We're also pretty low on some of these other parts. I'm not sure why those guys are there. Pick up something. Oh, we also... This was a mistake. Let's delete that. I liked having that. I had some old... They were for other things. Don't worry about all that stuff. But yeah, that's... You can kind of see the backfill here. Make sure things are stacking up reasonably well. But yeah, okay, so that's that. Let's do a little bit of a base overview while I'm getting back into it. We are under attack over here all the time, but it's fine because the bots handle it and the oil burns them all down. We could clear some bases out, some biter bases, but you know, it's fine. We were fully walled in all sides with flamethrower turrets and gun turrets. I believe it's all covered in the logistic network now. for the most part, bots repair all the walls and stuff, so that's pretty safe. It's not perfect, but you know, it is what it is. We've got our oil income over here. There's quite a lot of crude left, so we're not going to run out of oil anytime soon. We have a little bit of mineral oil that we don't really... I actually don't... No, there's one mineral oil deposit in our base somewhere. It doesn't really matter. We're not using much of it, but... liquids, we've got a couple. We have these big mega drills that mine the core out, and then you have to process that into everything else. Can't see it from map mode, but this turns into copper ore, iron ore, coal, everything basically. We never really hooked that up to the system, and we probably need to do that soon, because if I remember correctly, our starting nodes of iron, copper, and everything are getting really low. So iron, there's still a couple 100,000 iron up here, which is okay for now. I have to move some miners around. And our copper is also really low. So I don't think we have enough... I don't think we're getting enough copper and iron to really fuel the base much longer. And I think we finished all of our tech too, actually. So the next tier of tech requires rockets, rocket science cards, rocket tech cards. And that was, I think, what we're trying to get to. And I don't. Maybe we can do that with our current build, but I'm a little bit worried that we're going to run out of you know, iron and copper before we can even do that. We're currently just stockpiling satellite telemetry, and that's, yeah, this is where we were. Oh, that's right, because this is a big project. To get the next level of science, the thing we really had to work hard was to get the satellite telemetry, and that will come in pretty slowly, because we're only going to build rockets at, you know, relatively low speed. But we are stacking up, you know, a fair amount of telemetry, and each telemetry will get us 8 science. So actually, in a sense, we've got 500 of this already. That's 4,000 yellow science. So honestly, like, we're pretty good on that department. But the problem is, we have to automate electric furnaces, speed modules, well, electric furnaces and speed modules, to get the full yellow science, or the, you know, space science, rocket science. Okay, now this song is super quiet. Not a huge fan of this soundtrack so far, but we'll see. So let me throw down some. Well, I was gonna show off the base a bit more, but, like, I don't know, it takes a long time to show off the whole base. Let's just go through some of the key points. The oil system kind of got all squished together with the rocket system accidentally. The oil comes in from the south, it fills up these barrels, and then gets processed at a bunch of refineries. Probably not enough refineries, actually. We kept running out of gas, and we are currently very low on gas. So our plastic, sulfur, sulfuric acid rockets are all choked out a little bit by our lack of oil processing. We're still getting... We actually might not be getting enough oil in, actually, because these used to be 25,000 each. So I think we're processing it faster than we're even drilling it. So I could theoretically expand the oil or add, like, speed mods or something, but it'll be fine for a while. The oil gets turned into heavy oil and lubricant for a couple processes. Some of it gets turned into solid fuel for, you know, just use. Just piles of fuel laying around is fine. You know, we make some regular tank fuel and all that kind of stuff. But that's oil o'clock into sulfuric acid and plastic mostly. Copper here. Let's fix the copper up for a little bit longer while I'm... Actually, this is a good time to fix up things while we review the base. The problem with the copper is, like, we're running out of deposits here. Anything with a red light, in case you're not familiar with the submods, means it's not working. And in this case, there's lots of power, so it's not working because it ran out of input. And we have tier 2 drills, which have nice big expansion ranges, so it is pretty easy to mine everything up with the extra wide drills. Extra thick. All right, I'm gonna make a pass on this soundtrack. It's very discordant. It's not very chill. I'm gonna try something else. Let's try just regular old Final Fantasy II music, because I need something relaxing and not aggressive. I have it's just a minor complaint. Now that I'm older, this is like a new thing that I've never had to deal with before. My swimming, one of my ears, my left ear gets a bit full of water and I can't get it out. So then I'm like half deaf for a few days until it finally clears out. Never had that problem when I was younger, so yay, getting older. Does this album have a name? This is much more relaxing. Probably copyright. It shouldn't be copyrighted. It's FF2 Rebellion is the name of the album. I find piano music oftentimes gets hit by copyright on YouTube. So YouTube, stop it. Don't be like that. But yeah, let's do some quick expansion here. I remember how to play, trust me. Totally remember how to play Factorio. It'll come back pretty quick. It's only been like a week. It's all the shortcuts and stuff, the keys that make it go faster. The other thing I think I've been doing, I mean, our power system is fine. There's really nothing. We're getting all of our power from wind, and we've got some overflow from some steam. But I do like to throw in these efficiency mods, 2 each, and then they're using 20% power instead of 100%. So we're going from 125 kilowatts each down to 25 kilowatts. I don't know if it's worth the time, but we also have bots that reload our refill our inventory now, which is pretty cool. The bots are really slow. We haven't been able to upgrade them into extra capacity or speed much, and we don't actually have the good logistics system yet, so they can't really provide logistics to your system. Like we don't have access to requester chests or anything yet. That's locked behind quite a high level of science in this mod. So we're not able to do the really fun bot stuff. Anyway, that'll keep the copper going a bit. So let's go through our line here. I'll show you what it does. Looks like it's mostly full. So we did advanced copper processing. We actually enrich it. So these are chemical plants enriching the copper with sulfuric acid. And this is, I almost regret doing this because we're kind of running out of sulfuric acid now. Or the oil and gas that we need to do this. It does use a fair amount, 3 acid per cycle. But you also need a lot in parallel to fuel enough furnaces to keep your base going. So you go through quite a lot of acid. But it gives us 25% more, eventually, the enriched copper still has to be cooked into plates, just like normal. But I believe you get 25% more plates per copper ore, basically. It's 25.01% or something, technically. But don't worry about the 0.0. But anyway, I don't know if it's worth it, but we are limited on the amount of copper ore we have. So 25% extra is probably worth the effort. The thing is, you also have to manage the liquid. So you use water as well. It turns dirty, and then you have to manage that. So the output can be filtered, which gives us some garbage, which we are not really handling yet because we're just piling the stone up here. But the extra copper, we get like, I don't know, 10% out of 100. So we get a tiny amount of copper ore that gets thrown back into the system. So that's why you get the 25.01%. You get a tiny amount of copper ore back that you can then smelt up. But yeah, basically we just burn the excess water, because I found routing the clean water back into the system just choked it up. And I didn't have an easy solution, so I decided to burn it in a flare stack. Otherwise, the water just gets used up rather than recycle. We're not recycling. That's not our job here. But anyway, that's kind of a new system. I'm just testing this out. It seems to work. This was also a test project. Most of this part here is just where I was practicing stuff more than anything. The copper kind of joins in with the plastic and stuff and gets split into the base. The top here is all of our iron production and then our science. So mostly the copper gets turned into cables. Cables get turned into cards, electric circuits, more cables. You always need more cables. And then we've got the different sciences, red, green, blue. There should be military is the white one. And then the basic one is I always miss it. One of these is blank. These are the blank cards. This is the basic tech, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All the science is here, and it all gets routed back into these science labs. I will have to add I'll have to somehow join the 6th science once we get rocket science onto this blue line. And that's assuming these can even accept 6. I might need a new science lab, actually, but I think that works. And then at the top, basically, we've got all the iron processing, and it just gets smelted to plates. I don't have the advanced iron because it was too much hassle. And we just make all the various things out of iron with a bunch of chest storage, so I've got access to lots of the intermediate materials. The iron gets... This is a way too long iron line. If we actually turn most of these factories on, we don't have nearly enough iron production. In fact, I don't even use electric furnaces. This is old. Definitely needs to be updated. But it does technically make us everything up to fancy... engines and gears, and eventually batteries, lots and lots of batteries, and this is where we make a lot of the stuff for the rockets. This is whatever it's called, one of the rocket components. The flying frames for our robots, all that kind of stuff gets routed around. This standard spaghetti base, as you do, right? We have a little stone mine here in the middle. This provides us bricks, which get turned into walls and concrete, as well as smashed into sand, which can be turned into glass, or turned into sand, crushed, again, rock into sand. And this sand gets used in our tree greenhouses, which is pretty cool. It's a little complicated, again, as you do. The biomass you usually get from defeating creepers, or biters, whatever they're called, gets... I don't know why this is red. Doesn't get enough oxygen? I feel like I thought I set this up properly last time, but I still did it wrong. I was using electrolyzer to make oxygen and hydrogen. And I thought I picked the right one that wouldn't bottleneck, but I guess I did it wrong. Yeah, because this turned off. Well, we'll go fix that. We'll fix these guys up, because I think we have enough. It's not like it's turned off. But 2 of them aren't working. Maybe what happens is... Actually, I think I know what happens. This is not a problem. We only make the red stuff, which is oxygen, I think, when we're consuming nitric acid. And we only consume nitric acid when we need it to make... It's fertilizer. Yeah. So when we turn this chemical plant on, we start consuming oxygen to make more nitric acid with mineral oil. When we need oxygen, this thing will turn on and make us some oxygen. We will also get some hydrogen, or whichever one, I forget. I always get them backwards. But when we need more for this machine, it will turn on and make more for these, and that will fuel the biomass that we need. And I think the ratio is that we needed more of the white stuff than the red stuff, so it should never really be a problem. Something like that. Whatever. I'm pretty sure it's fine because we've got a backlog of fertilizer and biomass. Anyway, all that is we take water and sand, more from rocks into sand, and we get trees with the fertilizer. So that's cool. We get lots of trees. The wood gets sent up, and we do use it for a couple things. You need it for coke to make steel. So that's over here somewhere. First aid kits as well, technically. But also up here turning into coke. So we smelt coal into coke with wood, and then you get advanced steel production. And we also use a lot of wood for electronic circuits, so just sort of feeds into it. And that's like the main systems. We got wood, we got stone, we got iron, we got copper. We've got a lot of wind turbines powering everything, which is nice free energy. We have a little bit of coal, but we're almost running out of coal as well. This is all that we've got left. And I have a little bit of rare metal up here, which we don't use very much of. But it's a bit complicated. We need sand, chlorine, and then you mine it with extra chlorine gas or something. And it's just a little bit complicated. Anyway, that doesn't matter too much. Lots of turret defenses around the base. And I haven't hooked up. I mean, I can show this off, because this is part of the mod that I'm sure plenty of people aren't familiar with. But this big bad boy here, core drill, gives us core fragments. And with those, we get literally a bit of everything we can get on this planet. So we have to crush it in the fancy machines. And it turns out one drill can fuel 7.5, I think, of these crushers. You get all kinds of stuff you've got to sort. And you also get a bunch of liquids. That's why we've got all these fancy pipe connections. The solids all end up in a big box, which is convenient. And then we use some cool unloaders to take it out. And I haven't really finished this part, because I wasn't sure if I was going to do like the advanced processing with the enrichment using the acid. And I might need to do some math, because we get oil, and we can turn the oil into petroleum gas and then sulfuric acid. But do we get enough petroleum gas per cycle here? Because we get 32 crude oil for 8 ore, for instance. And I would definitely have to do some serious calculations to see if this is enough. But if we get enough oil, rather than just storing it here, I could turn that into the enrichment, which would give us 25% more output of coal, of iron and coal, or iron and copper. And I could probably do rare metals as well, I think. The thing is, these are technically infinite. So it's not that important. It's not like we're going to run out of copper or iron. It's just giving us another step of production and a use for the oil, maybe, to give us slightly more output. But I don't know if that's worth it, basically. Anyway, the other sort of interesting output, we get oil, we get water. The water and the mineral oil, mineral water and water, I'm just burning because I don't really need them. There's also a filter system up here where we make little carbon filters that absorb pollution, so the biters are less angry. It's not working right now for some reason. Actually, I don't know why this shut down. No, they're on. I used to have more filters here. I mean, as long as they're running, it's fine. They only need one. It lasts a very long time, and then it gets spat out, and then recycled, cleaned, and then a clean one goes back in. I'm curious where all the spares went, though. I'm sure I had spares here. Anyway, that keeps the pollution in this area much lower, so that's kind of like trees. Better than trees. We're also getting a lot of... I'm getting more satellites launched than I expected. Whatever my throughput on satellites, it's actually not bad. Because we've just launched like 2 or 3 while I've been showing off my base. The final interesting ingredient here is pyroflux, which is slowing down right now because we're not currently running the system. But when the system's on, we get a bunch of this pyroflux, which very quickly turns water into steam, like 1,000 a second, or nearly 1,000 a second. And the steam we're storing, and we've got a ton of steam. This is hot steam that never cools off. It's magic. And we if we need it, we just throw it into these boilers and make a ton of power, which is really, really nice. It's like a free battery that doesn't... It's not like an accumulator that loses charge. It's great. It is very complicated. There's a ton of stuff to go on. If you were to start playing it, I highly recommend just playing vanilla first. The mod certainly makes it a lot of extra steps. But it is a ton of fun if you like these kinds of games. Okay, I think there's only one other thing that I can remember that I didn't show off as a review. It's, there's one more thing I was building. Trees. People have been really impressed with these. So, one of the uses for these greenhouse things is, these are greenhouses, yeah. You can grow trees, like, you can grow wood, right? Like, inside here, we're growing trees and then harvesting them into the wood we use. But we can also take that wood in another greenhouse and make full-on trees. And I'm making a bunch of topaz octopus trees. And then we can plant them. And I've got a pretty good number of them. I mean, there's more space here. But we have made some before where we made a line of trees. And from the research we've done, they don't actually eat up very much pollution. They're not very effective at pollution control. But, hey, we can grow trees, and you can't do that in vanilla, so that's pretty cool. Alright, I think that's all the main bits of the base. Because I fixed my copper a little bit, I'm going to try to fix the iron a little bit too, because we know a lot of my copper, or my iron drills are turned off, because they've used up all their resources. So let's fix this, and then we'll try to get the next level of science going. Because we need, rocket science. And it's going to be a little tricky. I didn't mean to destroy our power pole. Alright, so these guys are... Okay, this is 2. This is going south. There's like two different uses here. But the north side is going to run out of iron. The main base is fueled by the north. The south line of iron is mostly just turned into steel, which... I mean, I don't think I'm making enough steel. This is probably technically a bottleneck as well. But, you know, that's not my problem. I want to make sure the main line still works. So let's replace some of these. Just want to make sure I cover up most of the ground iron here. Some of these drills won't last very long, but that's fine. Alright, that should be enough. We are under attack. Something was destroyed by the baddies. I'll get to that in a second here. Just some walls. That's fine. These walls get destroyed all the time. The flamethrowers kill them eventually, and then the bots fly over. It's because it's an unusual angle, and the flamethrower turrets have kind of an arc. If I made like a straight, flat defense, it would be better. The cost in stone to replace these walls is negligible. You do see, when this wall gets attacked, you see the correct setup, where the enemies path around in a nice straight line, they kind of bunch up, and then in a nice flat wall, vertical defense, they all just get nuked by the flames all efficiently. Hey there, Dirigible. This works much, much better than the corner defense in the forest. So if you're building your defenses like I am, this is way more effective than this kind of corner thing. So if you know we're being attacked from here, it'd probably been better to make like a straight vertical line and have them just run into the perpendicular. Anyway, don't worry about it too much. Just this is a game of efficiency. We talk about efficiency all the time. That's what we do. Alright. Oh, no, I actually still need those to be there. Alright, so that connects up most of the iron with... I guess we should connect up some of this. Why don't we do... unplug this. We don't need that anymore. Nope. Okay, one more should connect up all that, I think. And then we just run this up to the main line. And I'll put some efficiency mods in again just to feel a little bit better about myself. Alright. These efficiency mods, like I said earlier, not too important, but... Oh, wait, this happens every time I put these miners down. I did see it, though, a little quicker this time. I didn't actually line them up quite right. So, you gotta actually connect to a belt, that's important. Alright, I don't know how much longer this will last, but this will keep us going for a bit. I might even want to turn the rockets off at some point, just because they consume so much resources to run in the background. We're not even researching right now, but I know the rocket construction uses up a tremendous amount of resources. Usually research is where all your resources go. Okay, so that should keep the base going for a bit longer. Hopefully that's long enough. The goal is electric furnaces, speed modules, and then tech cards are easy enough. And then we can put it all together and make our next tier of science, and then we can start researching more stuff. And we'll need advanced electronics, I think, to get into our space stuff. Also things like running faster, which is very nice. Better armor. Meteor defense. Yeah, it all sounds great. Signal transmission. I think we need this. We legitimately need this to communicate with stuff on other planets. Life support seems likely that we'll need some of that. Better bots. This is the kind of stuff I really want. And there should be somewhere... I don't even know what the chain is to get to it right now, but... Energy beams. I mean, I like that. Delivery cannons. Yeah. See, this is the logistics part. Because we want to get the stuff on the moon back to our home planet, or something like that, basically. So we will need the research to learn how to build the stuff that actually can do what we want. But that does include things like Tesla coils, straight out of Command and Conquer, space assemblers. Like, you know, I think we might legitimately need to research all this stuff down to space science before we even go to space. Like, rocket science might just be to get us here, and then we start building on our moon base. So I'm not sure how long it will take, actually. But our goal for today is to get the rocket science at the very least. If we can get to our moon, that'd be great, but I don't know how long that's going to take. But who wouldn't want to carry a portable nuclear reactor? We literally have Duke Nukem in the chat, and if he could carry a nuclear reactor on for 8 science is not cheap. We also need blue modules, the speed module. So how do we make electric furnaces? Well, we need advanced circuits, which we do make a little bit of. Heat shielding, we make some for rocketry. Steel, which we have some. And steel furnaces, we do not have steel furnaces. Steel furnaces. We need bricks, stone furnaces, and stone plates. I don't make a lot of stone and bricks, but okay, I make some. And I don't make any stone furnaces. So we need basic stone into fancy furnaces, upgrade the furnaces with even fancy stuff, and then put it into science. I don't know how you turn a furnace into a science tech card, but hey, that's what we got to do. And then the speed mod is actually not too bad. Solid fuel, electronic components, and electronic circuits are all technically things we build. So, for instance, I could probably get the blue science set up fairly easily. Remember, we have this, like, solid fuel constructor right here. And I think that might be my only one. So, one might not be enough. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna actually, while I'm thinking about it, let's make a bigger, buffer. Because we're going to turn this stuff into speed modules. Like a Ghostbuster. Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about the streams don't cross them. I don't think we're going to have enough steel. This is a steel line right here. And we are not getting very much steel. So, like, this is actually not too bad for crafting. What did I need? No, it's not steel. It's green circuits and electronic components and solid fuel. So we've got solid fuel kind of... This is where our oil is, so we want to keep the fuel around here. This is the heat shielding and the steel for the other parts. This is probably where we're going to want to build, or at least close to where we want to build our stuff. Looks like we took a little bit of damage over here, but not too bad. We keep finding planets. I will show those off at some point. Don't worry. I'm excited about them. I've got things on my mind. So steel plus heat shielding is pretty close to what we need for the electric furnaces. But I'm just going to focus on the speed mods first because those are easier and we can get that done. We need electronic components, which I believe are constructed somewhere near here. Yeah, these guys. So these are the electronic components. It's plastic, glass, and silicone. And we've got a lot. I think we're making more than we need, and we could duplicate these. Like, we could add a few more machines. So I can split electronic components off pretty easily right here, I think. And oh, look! This green stuff right here is the other one we need. Now, I don't know how much we're making. But in theory, I could split off, like, right here, where it's on a single line. Well, it's not. Right here. There's a way to use this filter inserter to combine... Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll combine a line let's see here. Just gonna change up our build a little bit. Good old spaghetti Rex. No, it needs to be. I'll put it there. Because what I'm gonna need is a splitter. Oh boy. Oh boy. How do I want to do this? There's just, there's not a lot of space. So we're gonna do something, like you do. The steel actually has to go to here. No, we can move that over. That'll be fine. So take that off a little bit earlier, and then use a longer underground belt so that we can make some space. Now we can use that electronic circuits, and then we got to get some components, which we just have to rearrange these a little bit. That's fine. Clean this up so it doesn't mess up my machines. And what am I doing? I keep pressing the wrong button here. That's tilde for your log, and then tab to change weapons. I keep thinking tab should bring up my inventory. Must have been playing some other game recently. Alright, so we'll take off from the line here, get them working. I don't know if these guys can keep up. I know I'm a little bit short on plastic because of my gas production. We'll probably just find another bottleneck that we'll have to expand on, but I think this will last us a while. And I just need to start the science, even if it's slow. The fact that once we have the science started, we'll be able to start unlocking new stuff. And, oh, I should probably do something about that. Let's get the blue modules first, because we're almost there. Which direction is this going, right? It's always a good sign when you can't even tell which direction your belts are going. Alright, I'm gonna have these go that way. We have to be a little bit tricky to get them on the same side. Oh, I see how to do it. Okay. I was overthinking it. There's an easy way. Just getting, using both lanes of a belt sometimes is a little bit tricky. In our case, it's real simple. Yeah, the bugs, we can go shoot some bugs in a minute. All these red dots are biter bases. We can see them a little bit here. So they've got spawners, they've got creep, they've got different kinds of biters and spitters and stuff. They're just chilling over here. The more pollution we make, which is the red glow, the red, foggy looking stuff. The more pollution we send, the more angry and the more they evolve. They're up to level 0.83, which I think the max is 1, so they're 83% evolved, which makes them very strong. Luckily, this wall is strong. And that's fine. The other wall has some problems, which we're going to try to get to in a minute here. The goal here is to just get these speed modules building. So let's see if I can spaghettify this up a little bit. We need to go under here, make a bit of space, and then around. This is the best. This is everyone's favorite part of Factorio, for sure, is just spaghetti belting. That gets it through. And then we just go straight here. I'll just put it... I don't like building on these ore deposits. That's a bit of a pet peeve, but, it is what it is. We're going to put it on the south side. I'm just going to have one machine working on it. We're going to set it up so we can duplicate it if we need to. But for now, I just want one machine making speed mods. And the goal is to just get it started. We're not going to do anything super fancy here. by building it with the lane system, we can easily duplicate it. Once you've got the resources moving, you want to use your belt so you can easily extend it. But at first, just getting one is fine. And I'm not even going to put it on a belt in the output. I'm just going to put it in a box. But in theory, you know, we could easily put a parallel belt on the south, and then once these are constructed, it'll end up down there. However, we do need to get a little bit more work done first. We need to get this stuff. We're gonna. Oops. Let me go this way. And we've got to go under these belts. This almost lines up. I didn't quite preemptively line these up correctly, but it should be pretty close. I mean, it's the same line, which is technically not what I wanted, but it's fine. We'll just go up one here. And then we'll draw in the solid fuel on that part with a longer inserter. And that should be all we need. Now, I don't know how much of this solid fuel we'll actually get. We need 10. 10 per module. Yeah, we're not going to get all that many. So I'm pretty sure we'll need to make... we're not even getting enough oil right now. Dang. Because we're not actually using the light oil quick enough to make space. Well, it's almost enough, but the light oil gets used up here, but the machine turns off if one of its outputs is full. So we're not getting as much heavy oil as we could. Almost enough, but not quite, to keep this running. And it does use like 40 oil a second, which is quite a lot. And that would give us basically 2 fuel per second, 2 solid fuel per second, which would be... Actually, it takes 15 seconds to craft. So that means you only need 1.5 solid fuel per second, I think, right? No, divide by 15, you need less than that. You need like 0.6 solid fuel per second. So that's actually fine. Okay, okay, I wasn't sure how the ratios worked out, but also technically these things craft at 75% speed, so it's even less. It's more like 20 seconds or something like that, so it's more like you use half of a solid fuel per second. And if we could provide enough oil to this one machine, we would be getting 2 solid fuel per second. That's 4 times as much as we need. So even if it's only running half of the time or something, it'll be fine. But, you know, if we want to expand into multiple assembly machines making speed mods, which we probably will, we might have to expand some of those productions. But no, I think we'll be okay for now. That's good. It's not fast. I'm just going to put these here as a reminder that, like, we 100% need to do more of that. But I'll save those for later. One thing that because we ran out of bullets, we noticed in our last attack, there was a flashing light of, hey, you ran out of ammunition. We definitely want to fix that before any of our walls crumble. And somewhere, I promise, I set up ammunition. Yeah, here we go. So we got a big chest full of ammo. We'll just bring a little bit with us. Fly over. Maybe I'll shoot a couple of the biters. It's a bit of a walk, but we do have this cool grapple gun that speeds it up. Lots of corpses over here. So yeah, we don't want these things to run out of ammo. Now, if you put a ton of ammo in them and then they get destroyed, it's real sad because you lose all the ammo instantly. But that's fine. I can't have the bots refill them yet, unfortunately. I could throw in like another turret over here. Especially if there's one in the bot system. Oh, I needed one in my inventory. No, I can probably print it. It doesn't show me my arc of fire right now. I don't know if I turned that off with the hotkey or something. But like, it might be worth to go down this way a little bit because they keep attacking from that side. Yeah, let's do a little bit of patchwork over here because we're taking a lot of damage and I think we can fix it. We can improve this without too much work. Just don't get attacked while we're doing this. Little bots. Oh, there's actually a cliff here. Ooh, that could be good. So this gives us a bit of a natural barricade. We might be out of range of our logistics. Ah, no, it's actually within repair range. Awesome. Okay, this will be way better. Now they could go around, maybe. I don't know. But I think we can actually. This will improve our defenses significantly. Maybe I'll trigger an attack or something to show what it looks like once I get it set up. We could craft some more turrets as well. I don't have like an automated turret crafter at home, but you know it doesn't take too long to build a few. I'll build 4 flamethrowers and 4 more not flamethrowers, and then we need to. I think once I build one, I'll be able to see the range. There we go, yeah. So we want to keep them a little bit back from the wall. But probably something like that will be fine. We are under attack at another spot. This one looks pretty good, though. Didn't take any damage. Well. Took a tiny... Oh, some acid. So... This is a mistake, technically, because there's no walls. Their spit is blocked by walls, I believe. And if there's no walls, they actually damage the turrets, which is probably not ideal, let's just say. I don't know if I'll even need that one, but... Make sure we connect it up to the oil. Alright, that should give us... Yeah, all 5 of them can hit the arc where we'll probably get attacked. And I'll start building some normal turrets here as well. And we'll be laughing. Now, if they happen to go around this side, well, I would cry. But we can throw some more... we can throw some walls over here at least. I've never seen them go this way, though, so that would be surprising. But I don't want them getting any ideas, so let's wall this up a little bit. Suddenly it turns into a tower defense game. If this guy had attacked straight vertical, but I think he'd probably more likely chase after the pollution, which would send him towards this base. Generally, they target, like, the pollution that hits them is where they send their attack to. Is sort of how it works, I believe. Tell you what, just to be safe, I'll put 2 new turrets on that side, and I'll cover this undefended wall with just a couple turrets. It wouldn't be enough to stop a major attack, but it would, buy me a little bit of time. And then we'll just go poke the... Oh, I have 2 more flamethrower turrets. Yeah. Might as well. I think when I queued up the turrets, I was planning on something like this. And just don't be lazy, right? Anyway, that should be enough for a small attack. This is enough for a big attack. Let's get a big attack. I have been struggling a little bit with clearing these bases. They're pretty darn strong. I have a very long-range weapon, but they respawn so fast, and they move faster than me. And then they run away. So they're big jerks, is what I'm trying to say. If I can get into military, or rocket tech, that is, we know that they... there's exoskeleton that lets you move faster, right? So we'll be able to get upgrades to our armor that let us move a lot faster, and then I can technically kite these and stuff. Because for now, like, it's actually really hard to even lure them over. I can shoot them, or just get close, but they're too fast. I couldn't even... I was trying to get to my med kit, but it took too long. So, you know, not a great showing of combat. The enemies are just way stronger than the tech I've got for personal weapons, basically. So we really need walls, turrets, flamethrowers, stuff like that to really put up a fight. Unfortunately, the walk back is going to be a bit slow. Let's just not do that again for a while. Let's get our rocket tech going, and hopefully that'll help. I think I actually do have a automated medkit manufacturer back in base, so that's nice too. I should chug them when I'm in trouble, but just forgot. Shouldn't need these walls anymore. Looks like after I died, the turrets did a great job. And although you drop your stuff when you die, you don't lose it. Lays there on your corpse. And just auto-equip everything. Alright, well, let's patch that up. And let's forget that ever happened. Totally never died. Same blue you saw last time. Alright, one thing that I was thinking about is my inventory is getting a little full. We can clean up some of the garbage gear. The bots will put it away. Oh, we also have some... Oh, right. I was holding on to... Right. I forgot. I hold on to some construction bots because I have a personal auto port on my backpack. And that's what lets me do a lot of quick crafting with the bots if I want. But a lot of this stuff in my backpack we just picked up accidentally. You know, we don't need hundreds of wood. Although it's nice to have a good supply of some of these things. Alright, that should do for now, I think. What's this thing here? Large storage tank. I don't know what I was going to do with that. It's a mystery. Anyway, we should have speed modules going. It's pretty slow. We'll definitely... I'm going to at least double it. Right off the bat here. And we'll do this, Oh, I'll make a lane. Just extra steps for the same basic idea, but it's fine. It'll be ready to go once we want to, connect it to the next step of the assembly. So that should be twice as much as we used to get. And, I mean, I guess we should just do it all while I'm here. It's kind of silly to set it up and then not finish it. I'd be surprised if we actually get enough solid fuel and circuits. The risk of doing this is that we consume too many materials and then something else breaks because we're using it all. So that's you know, that's the downside. But I think because it crafts so slowly, like literally like 20 seconds, although it consumes 12 electronic circuits and 8 electronic components, that's per 20-second cycle. That's not really that much overall. So it's probably fine. All right, let's keep moving here with crafty Ankylo. So this half of it's done. Next up is the furnace, which I wasn't looking forward to. Well, we can certainly set up a stone furnace constructor very easily. We probably only need one. It crafts very quickly. We just use stone. So that's easy. We'll start with that. Then to upgrade it, we will need stone and steel. Stone bricks also very close to the stone, so that's easy. This takes a lot longer, so we might need a couple of these. And the steel is going to be a problem. And then the last step is even slower, even more steel, and then red circuits and heat shielding. So what I'm thinking the way I know my base, is we've got our stone mine, which is a little bit all squishy up here, but we're taking stones all the way here. And this was sort of on purpose. So the stones can continue sort of under this barrier we're making our speed modules, right? Like, that's not too bad. So we can turn stone into stone furnaces, and then we just need steel and bricks. Now, the bricks, we're getting a little bit further away from the bricks here, but we do have bricks right here on this line. That's right here. So stone plus bricks, we just take the bricks down. That will be, it's a bit, I mean, we're running out of space. There's definitely not a lot of space left. But I'm pretty sure I can get the bricks through at least. One of the things we need for our satellites is radar. I made a whole bunch, and then I stopped refilling the steel chests. I'll make some more. I think I made more than I needed, but we do need radars for the satellites, so just in case it stopped. I had a really amazing network of connecting. It's just the smartest way to do it. You know, seeing as I'm literally planning on bypassing this with bricks. Okay, I don't want to fix this base right now. I want to see the alert when my most recently upgraded walls get upgraded, see if we've actually fixed it. Anyway, bricks, stone into stone furnaces. Then I needed steel. Steel heat shielding. Heat shielding is right here. So that's close by. And we have lots, apparently, so that's good. And then red circuits, which I don't think are down here. So let me go to the red science maker, red circuits, and see what's going on. There. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we're not making enough, because they're pretty slow to craft, and a few things needs them right now. I believe I was planning on doubling it or more, but I was just curious. I was because we need a lot of stuff, like, to double it. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. But we probably should. Maybe I'll set up this furnace construction first. But note to self, future Ankylo, we really need more red circuits. At the moment, I believe all the red circuits are consumed by these rocket controlled. Actually, so maybe we should just do this right away. Because we're technically getting red, but I think I did math it out that it's basically just they're all getting used by these. Almost 100% of the time, basically. So, and that's not even when we're making blue science, which also consumes some. Alright, I'm going to turn off the efficiency module constructor. We'll save that for another time. We'll just store our old ones here. Let's make sure our... Sometimes when you do that, you get two different power networks. If you split up cables in the wrong way, so just be cautious when you split up power lines. Just be cautious cutting down power lines. I mean, that's good life advice from BlueAnkylo. Right, box with lots of efficiency mods. Alright, so we're just going to take these. I know we're going to need lots. I'm gonna go from 4 to 10. So I believe we have all the components we need. Maybe. I mean, I think we're gonna run out of the intermediates, the cables and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe, you never know. So pretty easy to hook up, at least. These parallel expansions are the best. If we can get enough components, this will increase our throughput significantly. We do need to join the output up, of course. Always a adventure. Meanwhile, a meteor fell down. No? Oh, on a different planet. Okay. So we're getting... Yeah, we're getting notes when there's meteors not even where we are. So that's kind of... yeah, that doesn't matter. Meteors, like, on my planet matter because they might destroy my stuff. But if they're on some satellite or something, who cares? There's probably a way to change the notification settings or something. You know, that one's nice to know about, I guess, but you can chill it with the meteors. Okay, just change that up a bit. And seeing as we did that, let's make it look a little prettier. Like so. Oh, does the red... hold on. Stop that for a second. Oh, we're not outputting. It's possible the red needs to be on the side of the line that it's on. Let me just check here. Okay, it's fine. It can be on both sides because it will be forced onto a single lane here. So it doesn't matter. I love this wall. It never fails me. That's just 2 flamethrower turrets. Beautiful. Alright, so this should be working. Missed one. Oh, I said I wanted 10. And then I put down 9. There's lots of shortcuts, Qs and shift clicks and stuff. I'm not going to talk about them all the time, but it does... If you're ever wondering, how does Blue just copy everything and place this? It's Q when you're highlighting something to copy a machine, which is very convenient for this kind of stuff. And then when you're trying to copy a recipe, it's shift right click, shift left click, I think, to copy and paste. So it just saves a lot of hassle. Factorio's really good for stuff like that. Customizable shortcuts. Okay, so we've gone from 4 red circuits to 10. And we're already running out of green circuits, you know, as you do. Let's see if we can... Can you guess why we don't have any green circuits? I wonder why we have no green circuits. I wonder why we have no green circuits. There should be something on this red lane. And there's currently nothing. Did we run out of acid? Randomizers? What have I heard about? There's so, like, the randomizers in the last, like, 3 years have gone crazy for a lot of retro games. I keep up reasonably well with the Final Fantasy randomizer, so I know that was doing well. Oh, we ran out of iron plates. Oh, it wasn't even the sulfuric acid. It was my podgery, not permanent solution. You should really belt iron here so you don't have to forget and run out. I was like, put in like 1,000 iron. This will last, or probably a few thousand iron. This will last forever. We'll never need to fill it up. Hubris. Let me think. Randomizers. I mean, I've been a bit swamped lately for new content, I'll say. I do watch fairly regularly the Final Fantasy randomizers, the NES one. You know, Link to the Past and Super Metroid, the kind of classics, I feel. I like to check those out. I don't know if there's anything really new with them, but what is this new? I know the Ocarina of Time one is getting pretty popular. I think... What have I seen? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I haven't kept up with it as much as I might some days. Can't trust AAA studios, so you gotta find your own ROM hacks. I know some people in the Discord were recommending some, I think there's some Might and Magic merges and hacks. There's some, I think someone was recommending, I've had a few people recommend some, not randomizers, but a ROM hack for Final Fantasy VII, I think. It's kind of on my radar if I ever get around to PlayStation RPGs. I got lots of things. In fact, the problem is I've got more games to play than time and energy to actually play. Oh, that's right. So we put a pump on the right side, which prioritized the output to here, which deprioritized this side. You know what? This is okay. I'm gonna turn it off. We'll leave the construction in case I change my mind. But yeah, we're turning that off. We're not gonna do the advanced processing because I cannot get enough acid. And let's do it. Just in case I turn it back on, I'm trying to make this a little bit future-proof. So that's why we're doing the extra steps here. But basically, we're bypassing the extra processing just to keep the copper coming in. Because this will at least smelt the copper. Right, I have to change the recipes. That's fine. It's don't use the advanced one. Just use the regular recipe. Copy that, and then just paste it everywhere. Not too bad. Alright, this should get us our copper income fixed up a little bit. I mean, we're going to get, like I said, about 25% less copper overall because we're not processing and enriching it. But at least it'll be working, and I don't have to deal with the acid because I don't know if we're going to get enough acid for a while. Okay, that'll... I mean, we still might not be getting enough green science or anything, but at least that should start things working again. Meanwhile, we want to start our furnaces. Now that we're getting more red circuits in theory, let's get these. Let's get the show on the road, right? So we need to get around here, the old spaghetti west. This is going up. This is going up, but fast, because we could get a lot of wood on that lane, so we need to use red belts, which has double throughput. Usually yellow is fine, because it's cheaper and does your job, but sometimes you gotta go a little bit fancier. Alright, let me just go around these guys. This whole gear manufacturing automation core, this was just for radar, right? Yeah, this is very likely to not... We don't need to expand this stuff ever. I really doubt it. Oh, hey, we've got solar panels. We could start moving into solar power finally. I didn't even... Yeah. I could make more or store more. I'm not going to because resources, I think, are a little thin right now. But that was a good idea. We don't have any of these on the ground, but it is nice to make, free solar power. I think the wind is easier because you don't need accumulators and batteries, but... Okay, I also needed this... I should leave... Hold on. Should leave a little bit of space there. This is fine. That's great. Alright. I think there's enough space to start the build here. The first one, it's unlikely we're going to do very much with it, because all we're doing is turning regular stone into stone furnaces, and we know this goes really quickly. So as long as we can keep it filled with stone, that's all we need the stone for. I'll leave a little bit of space in case I want to expand it, but I'd be surprised if we have to do more than this. Because we're going to get like 2 per second. And that's... I would be surprised if we can consume them anywhere nearly that quickly. But we'll leave a little bit of space. Alright, so then we've got a line with, in theory, stone furnaces. We need to upgrade these. Let me double check the recipe. But it's just a bunch of bricks, furnaces, and steel plates. So we can do a... oh, I should be like one more... No, this is... nah, I'm going to do it on this side. I could use the same horizontal, but I'm not going to. We're under attack, but we're fine. As long as the defenses hold, nothing to worry about. We're also out of assemblers, so we should build some more of those. I didn't automate assembler production. Who would do that? Too clever. Alright, so I'm going to bring the bricks over. Like I said, I'm going to leave a little bit of space in case I decide I need double the furnaces. And then might as well just join them up here. We should probably power it all on. And then, right, we're upgrading the furnaces to steel. Which, of course, needs some steel. We've got the stone, we've got the regular, we need the steel input. Which I would like to have on the north side. Or, wait, actually, let's be clever here, because we know the next step takes more steel. We should just have the steel in between them, and then we can pull for both sides. Yeah, that makes more sense. So that means we will want steel input for both up and down, and then furnace output. We're gonna have to deal with these gas pipes here. So that will be steel up and furnaces down. And we'll have to get the steel... the steel... oh, we do not make enough steel. Let's just take this steel. We'll do the best we can. So I'll line it up from this side here. Oops. Just line it right up, easy peasy. And then... this is fine for now. Let's not overcomplicate it. So this should... I mean, that's it. That's all we need for these. I'll at least double them. Although, once again, we know that our inputs are going to be a bit shy. Oh, ran out of blue inserters, too. Pretty sure I didn't automate these either. There's a lot of things we haven't quite connected up to our manufacturing. Including power poles. Alright. At some speed, we will be producing steel furnaces. That's 2 out of 3. And then... what do we need for the final step? This is the hard part. Furnaces... heat shielding, which is okay. Steel, which is eh. And then that dang red science. So I'm only going to put 2 in, because I really will be surprised if we can keep up. Alright, so we'll need heat shielding. Oh, I'll have to combine heat shielding with red science then. Or add one of them to the, well, yeah, I could probably just put one on the top of this line. So that way we can have, like, heat shielding come from one side, and then the output come... oh, boy. Did I not put... Oh, I died. I always forget. Every time you die, it turns off your personal logistics. I always forget. Hey there, Blues. Blues Jungle. Do I need help? Not really. It's just a matter of managing resources. No, thanks for offering, but I'm just kind of having fun learning how it works. We've got rockets launched. We're just getting rocket science set up, which should be fine. I'm running out of iron and steel, as you do, but you know, I'm just sort of taking it at my own pace. Once we get the science hooked up, I'm looking forward to just faster bots, and I think the next upgrade will be a lot easier with the next tier of research. So that's all. I'm just looking forward to it. I mean, I know vanilla pretty well, so I'm just finding the old vanilla research bits, and like we've got. It's been a while. It hasn't been a while since a rocket launched. Maybe we should double check. But in theory, this should work. Heat shielding. It's the fuel. It's always the fuel. It's right. No, that's not. Oh, I'm really smart. Yeah, space science, I saw a little bit that's going to take some work. So everything backed up because I missed a ton. Don't worry, guys, it's totally automated. Anyway, now that we'll have satellites, that will restart that process. I mean, this is great. We've got tons of fuel built up, so they will surely launch quickly. Everything looks pretty well stocked right now. I'm like, why haven't I seen a rocket launch in a while? Yeah, that'll do it. All right, cool. But yeah, we've unlocked a little bit, right? Like we've got a few planets. Where's my? No, the N. Nope, the V. Nope. There's so many buttons. Oh, we are right in this mode. Right? I want to show them. I haven't even looked at these because I've been busy trying to get the science going. So our first moon looked pretty good. No enemies and lots of new stuff. Lots of oil, which is really nice for me. I also am very happy about that. I mean, I don't want to know, and I don't know all the uses of the rare minerals. I have no use for them yet because I haven't unlocked anything. But it does have at least barrel and inversite, so you know that's good. And it's close and easy to get to. So I'm looking forward to get to the moon. Looks like there's a second moon. Didn't even notice that. So we got 2 moons. And this one's got the tons of vulcanite, so if that's good. There is a Discord group for me, but yeah, all my chatbots in chat died. Yeah, my channel's a bit of a mess these days. But yeah, this is a new one. So second moon has average solar, bit more delta V required, so it's further away. Less robot interference, which is probably good. Notable resources, lots of vulcanite and uranium, holmanite, lots of new ones. Not a lot of the basics, so that, I mean, you've got to have the logistics working at this point. So that's interesting. We've got another planet. I haven't gone here yet. This is all new. 0 water. Lots of stuff to think about. No threats. The less threat I see, the happier I am. So we've got second rocky planet, 2 rocky moons, asteroids. Then we've got, I assume, not a gas giant, but bigger at least. Just a uranium planet. Still earthy, technically. That's cool. And then another moon. Cryonite. I mean, this is great. I don't know what all this stuff does, but it looks like once we can start getting into space, I mean, it's going to be a while before we're getting stars, but at least once we get to other planets, our system has all kinds of cool stuff. So that'll be lots of fun. Heck, we got that crazy rocket or spaceship that's crashed over here on the asteroid belt. So that'll be fun to explore too. But I don't know. That's going to take a while. I have a feeling it's going to be a little while before we can quite get there. defenses are doing fine, though. And I guess if I was going to go to a different planet, we probably want to get the defenses a little bit more permanent. At the moment, they last until we run out of ammunition. Unless the flamethrowers can do it solo. Eventually, the red ammo will run out. So there is that. Alright, anyway, so the satellites are doing fine. We've got a good amount of tech building up for data, whatever. I think... Strictly speaking, we've almost got all the rocket science built. I just need to connect the heat shielding and the red advanced circuits and then turn it into actual science. So lots more spaghetti belting, but let me just double check. I think maybe this is the tier that gets us to logistics. I forget. No, it sure isn't. Yeah, we're not getting logistics for ages. So the spaghetti belting is just designed to go on for a very long time in this mod pack. That's just how it is. You're not getting out of spaghetti belts for a long time. Alright, well, heat shielding is this one, so hey, that's very convenient. All we got to do is split that up. It's almost like I knew what I was doing. Bam, will be not quite done because we need to get the red science. Yeah, I didn't have an easy solution to this one. This is going to be a big, long belt. I think... we'll come in along here. Cryonite for productivity, yeah. Well, it's a long way away, and we can't get to other planets just yet anyway, so I will look forward to it. Oh, wait, there's red science here. Wait. This is good. Where does this go? So this was all backlogged when we ran out of copper, but it is actually moving through now. That's good. So I use this for something. Okay, good. This is way closer than I was thinking. Oh man, this is, yeah, this is great. All we need to do is get the red stuff up here and we're good to go. Perfect. Let's do a little doctoring here. Just need a little bit extra space. No. And then I think I still have an old smart inserter. We'll just grab off some reds. I don't know why. Okay, and send that up. So nice when things are actually kind of close together like this. I do need to be a little bit careful because it has to share a lane, and this is all a little bit spaghetti, but it's not the worst. Mods for, yeah. I mean, early logistics is just so. I mean, on one hand, I kind of appreciate that we don't get it instantly, because it does change everything. Once you can just use the bots to carry everything, it just sort of adds, of course. But you know how it is. Oh, wait. That's not right. I need to pay more attention. Wrong line. Good start. Hold on. This is incorrect. Yeah, I mean, but legitimately, in vanilla, I mean, I think the standard practice was to just rush to logistics and then have the bots cover you, basically, right? Like, that was pretty much what everybody did, I think. At least the way I remember it. So I do kind of appreciate that the mods, one of the big changes is, like, you've got to plan your base long-term. Other than the main belt of iron and copper stuff, you've actually got to plan out a bit more how are you going to manage these resources over belt systems. Yeah, that'll be right. There you go. Except for the fact that we're basically out of steel, and who knows what else. It is now connected up all the way down to, well, I guess I need to make the science itself, but rocket science is basically ready to go. Yeah, I mean, you could just say you launch a rocket and you win, I guess. But yeah, no. Vanilla doesn't have a whole lot of need for the late game tech stuff, I guess. Unless you're trying to get, like, I don't know, thousands of rockets a minute or something. Yeah, I haven't played Krastorio or space exploration. My mod experience is more from a few years ago. So I used to play the old Bobs and Angels and stuff like that back ages ago. And probably a couple others I remember fiddling around with. But I didn't want quite a complicated... Like, I didn't want to go with the super complicated refining stuff this time around. I just want to get into space. Alright, we have no steel. It is working, though? Technically, the steel smelting is online. We just need, like, 5 times as much. Alright. I have to look into that. Let's connect up the rocket science for now. At least get that working. And I got enough space. Oh, we got lots of core. Yeah, no, this is great. I haven't really finished it, but I have one core with the basic, well, what I consider my basic filter and system. I just haven't connected it to anything yet. I wasn't sure if I was going to do the advanced processing, because you can do the acid into like 25% more, which I had done with copper, and then I ran out of acid, and I was like, forget that. So I'm not sure it's worth it. It's because I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. I needed it to turn on so I could stock up other stuff and figure out how it all works. I mean, this way you only need 6 loaders. You'd have to use a smart loader for every one of these, right? But yeah, for learning purposes, this was much easier because it all goes to one place, and then I can figure out what I want to do with it, and I can stack up 20,000. And I also really wanted to get this red stuff working because the Pyroflux is great for power. I love that. The steam power is a real nice backup rather than burning coal. And heck, I'm not even using the oil, right? Like, all the subparts are just waiting for me to figure out what to do with it. I just want to get the rockets going. Well, there's a giant Pyroflux storage tank. I'm not burning it. Right now, it's become 200,000 steam. So I'm storing the power, I guess. It'll be fine. It's not like these things are running right now. Once they start running, we get more Pyroflux than we can turn into steam anyway. It seems like a good way to get power anyway. Let's see. Right, let's finish my current plant. We are technically getting some automated furnaces. Let's need a little bit of space. We want this to last. Actually, I think we're going to go the other direction. Yeah, we'll go to the right. I want to be able to put... I don't know how many I'll need. I think I've generally been doing about 4 of each of the other sciences, if I remember correctly. So if we... Or I guess we went up to 5 at some point. So I'll match it for rockets, although I mean, there's no way we'll be able to keep up with it right now. But at least it's sort of planned for, let's say. And also, I'm sure my inventory is full of... I don't know what picked up all the heat shielding everywhere, but that was interesting. I'm sure my inventory is full of some garbage furnaces, so let's fill these up. Oh no, I didn't have any steels. Good job. I'm not a huge trains person, and I have the biters. I mean, it's a bit hard to tell right now, but I have my biter aggression pretty high. I think like maybe triple or so vanilla. I forget exactly what I set it at. So we'd have to do a lot of clearing for trains to expand significantly. And so far I haven't enjoyed clearing much with my current tech. I love the cool anti-material rifle, but they just spawn too fast. So until we get like hordes of fast bots that can construct laser turrets instantly, it's going to be a while. So I had plans of expanding my base out a fair bit, but it's not going to happen with the current evolution anyway. Miltech's just hidden too far behind science right now, but we're getting there. Let's keep getting there. So yeah, trains are unlikely. Bots are, I mean, the standard, I would say. I tried a tank for a while. I had a couple tank adventures. It's all good until you run into the creep or sand or anything, and then you get stuck and you die. But, you know, I'm sure if you're a better tank driver, you're fine. But yeah, I have an ammunition, a tank, I have an explosive rocket automation and tank fuel and all that. It's ready. I just you know. The creep is real bad for tanks, basically. So you have a hard time running all the bases down. Sure, there's power. Yeah, that'll do. And for now, just lazy. Oops, that's not right. We do not want that. We want. This is going to be fancy cards. There's gonna be a lot of belting to get this stuff down here. And yeah, steel. I have some concern. Maybe I'll try to get these. Yeah, I'll throw a little bit of steel in it just to get it started. I don't have a whole lot of steel either, but we can get them started. Yeah, iron and steel production. That'll be the next thing. But let's just get this hooked up. So right here we've got the speed modules. I don't really need to make a billion of them, but that is just to make sure it worked. Let's honestly, I might just have it run down and share that lane anyway. Now that I think about it, now that I know where everything is going to be, we'll just have them go here. Needs to be. We can just do a little undergrounder here. It's going to come in on. It needs to be. Actually, it's on the right. It's actually on the right side. Can you believe it? That never happens. It's like I planned it all along. Anyway, so that's 2 out of 4. We need to get the red stuff. No, we already did the red stuff. It's the. Satellite telemetry, right. We're not going to be making enough satellite telemetry to fuel rocket production and science production. Or wait, no, never mind. I'm thinking of the other thing. That's rocket thing data. The telemetry is the result, the product, right? So we've got a big box of that. It's got to get over there. I think we just run it. Just needs to be down here. And actually, this bit looks pretty good. Just squeeze it through maybe this one. We can move the power poles around if we need. That'll be right where we're going. So yeah, this wasn't exactly the plan, but it'll work just fine. We won't need any fancy belts or anything. More spaghetti, but simple, quick. I see it. You know, we'll just let the auto do it. It's fine. I hate that. I hate just underground belting everything, but you know, it's quick. Yeah. That used to wreck everything, I'm sure, but nowadays. Yeah, we have a bit of a. Oh, right. No. It's like, we're gonna run out of space. No. There's a reason we did the long inserters. All right, he's going. All right, and in theory, we actually have a ton of the stuff already. Let's now. No, I put a filter insert here because I wasn't sure if I would need it, but it didn't need it. So what I'll do to get through the stock is the old quick and dirty. I'm sure everyone who's played Factorio has done this once or twice. Let's just build a box, a temporary box that we'll forget about. We will put everything into it, and we will pick everything up out of this, put it away, and we'll just move it over. I will need one more box, though, which I have. That's why I destroyed that. Oh, the bots are going to mess with me. Oh, no. I forgot. I do have personal logistics. Oh, no. Okay, we got to stop this. It was a good idea, but I should have turned off my personal logistic network if I was going to do that. Alright, we can leave that there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Thanks, bots. You're very helpful. Yeah, I'm good, guys. I guess I could set maximums for these. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna manually... Actually, you can probably, like, shift-click, yeah. Let's just clean this up a little bit. I don't need all this stuff. Unfortunately, the logistics network doesn't really use it for anything right now, but it's still better to have a clean inventory. That's good enough, as long as I can pick stuff up. Okay, so that's 3 out of 4. I'm not sure if the... I forget that. Actually, that's a tricky question. What lane does that output on when it's going... When it's... Because it doesn't... I forget the priority. It's either left or right, but I don't remember. We could probably test it out with something nearby. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. It doesn't matter. We're going to need to set up the basic science cards, which... it's the blank tech cards, which I think is just like wood and stuff. We have a bunch up in our main base, but I'm not sure if it's worth belting it down. We might just make a separate manufacturing nearby. It's also pretty easy. Like, it goes fast. So it's cables and wood, and you manufacture them, well, 5 every 20 seconds, but remembering that these only use, well, they use 8. Okay. Maybe we should make one for it, a separate constructor. But it's 80 seconds. Like the time to craft is very, 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 very slow. All right, wood and cables. We've got some copper. We got some wood. It's not too out of line to be like we could hook this up, right? We could probably do it here. Actually, let's sometimes it's nice to have a stockpile of speed modules, obviously for use in your stuff if you want to go faster, but I just don't care enough about switching mode right now. So I could put like a chest down here and store, in fact I will, because seems like a clever thing to do. We will just... The one in the logistics network doesn't really matter right now. Oh, I had the stack filter. That's what I was doing by the rocket. It wasn't a filter. It was so that it could pull stuff out very quick. All right, we want to pick up the blue modules. And we don't need, I don't know, 200 should be plenty. We'll make more blue modules than we can use, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, so... Where was I? Blank tech cards. If there wasn't all this stuff in the way, we could just put it down right there. I need to put some sentinels down around there to see. This is the part where it gets real messy. I'm going to need another filter inserter for now. I think you can actually split them. I think you can split with a splitter these days. Only one of the 2 lanes, actually. So you don't need to use filter inserters for sorting, but I mean, that's just how I learned it. So we spend power instead of do it for free. Alright, copper and woods. The wood is going to need to be split. This will be easy enough, I suppose. I hear people enjoy some spaghetti. Get some marinara with our spaghetti here. That's the biter blood, if you're wondering. Alright. Sure it's only on one. Oh, it doesn't matter. Alright, let's put this right here. Right here. Sure, a dead end. We're enforced. And then, did I run out of assemblies again? I don't think we'll need that many, but I'll build like 2 and see how it goes. I don't think we'll need more. Like, we've got some space to expand if I need to. It's not a big deal, but I was hoping to leave this area open so that we could double up if we need to. Oh, let's wait. Did I get the wrong thing? I sure did. I was looking at the basic tech card. No. I need the other one. So, let's try that again. Turns out the wood can be left to its own lane. And all we actually needed was iron, which, well, as it turns out, it's just right there. This is the easiest of all splits. Literally, just do that and connect it, basically. I'll have to rebuild some of this stuff. We'll just pick up the bad copper, and then it'll work just fine. All right, that gives me a little bit more space too. So that's fine. Oops. So this was like super easy. Maybe I'm just blind. Let's just take a drink. So, I mean, I have the right stuff, you know, I just, Okay, I've got a solution that's easy. Lazy Ankylo, got a plan. We're gonna do one there, leave a space, one there, leave a space. I'll do the fast inserters just in case it matters. It probably won't. And this is theoretically in the way of the steel furnaces, but it should be fine. Good old poles. Alright, so then we go copper cable into basic cards. And to be honest, I've talked about this before, but oftentimes you're probably better throwing your copper cable buildings right beside the thing that needs them anyway. Trying to fill up belts with them is often a huge mistake. So, this isn't even that big. Like, as much as I sigh, like, I forgot. This is not even that bad. Like, it's not great parallel efficiency, like it takes a lot of space, but all we need is copper and iron. The copper just gets upgraded into cables and put in. It just takes up a little bit more horizontal space. But we don't have to worry about cabling copper around or any of that nonsense. It's probably not, you know, you could do the math. Like, this is 4 copper cables per second, technically, and we're only consuming, you know, a fraction of that. So you don't really need a separate machine for it, but I won't tell anybody if you guys don't. Alright, all we gotta do is get that connected down to this one. Yep. And then we're good. We Gucci. So for that, as always, a little bit underground. Now I will need to double check the rocket data input. So this is always putting it on the far side. That's great. But if this one outputs, we really need to launch a rocket. What do you guys? Okay, we got to fix this too. I mean, we have launched enough rockets. I need to see if this is working. I suppose this is actually kind of nice that everything is automated except for one part of the rocket launch. So I can kind of control how many how much resources I'm spending, because it, it obviously uses a lot of resources. And I'm a little bit constrained on copper and iron and coal and stuff. Steel, particularly. So if you just had it running 100%, I might run out of resources. But I definitely could do that with logic instead of just running out of iron in a chest. As well as anything else we're running out of, like probably steel to make low-density structure. Surprisingly not rocket control units. I thought the batteries and red science would be the bottleneck. We're not making a lot of navigation satellites. That's because of the rocket fuel, probably. But also, just they're very, very expensive. Light oil's coming. We actually have more oxygen now than light oil. That would be... I wonder why. We had no iron, so this should have shut off. Why didn't this fill up? I don't know why the storage tanks didn't fill up, actually. They should have. Like, as soon as they ran out of iron, this would turn off. Yay. And, it should have backed up on light oil, right? But if it also backed up... No, because the heavy oil... It shouldn't be able to back up on heavy oil. That just gets turned into light. Until the light oil is full, that should keep going. And then the gas, there's no way we backed up on the gas, right? Unless I missed something up. It wouldn't be running now if it was backed up. No, the... Well, actually, it's not backed up, but this is filled up. I think the main difference was when we were running the advanced coal or copper enrichment. I think that was just consuming too much acid and therefore petroleum that the system couldn't keep up with. Now that we've turned that off, we're actually doing great on petroleum and sulfuric acid. Interesting. I might have to do some calculations, like with the core drill core seams. I'm definitely need to know if I get enough oil from them to actually make enough acid, therefore, and enrich the ore if it's not worth it. Someone had mentioned the core drill being in my base being pretty cool. There's actually 4. This one's also in my home base. Let's turn off some overlays here. So that's pretty nice. There's another one just sitting here pretty close by. And then there's a third one, which, it's a little bit hard to get, but we can make landfill. I'm pretty sure I have a chest full of landfill. So that's a third one that's secure. And then with a tiny bit of work, we have a 4th one. Now, I've heard they have diminishing returns, so you don't get the same amount. But we could hook up 4. So, like, the plan might be to connect up all 4 of these as the input for the basic factory. I just haven't... It's a pretty big project, so I just haven't quite gotten to that yet. I think the math was 7.5 of these per drill. And the core fragments are actually pretty dense, so you could probably just belt the fragments around and have a major pulverizer line into all the stuff. And theoretically, that would be... Let's see. I know the diminishing returns, but it's something like one of these to about 7, let's just say. We'll assume that for now. That would run, 4 times this, maybe a bit less, which would be about 4 times... I'm pretty sure I calculated as well the 1 drill to 7.5 pulverizers would give us enough for, I think, 8 electric furnaces of each type. I think 32-ish, 30-ish of each metal is pretty decent. I mean, our current throughput has been running off of, count blue. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. That's 33 copper furnaces. That's a bit more. And then iron's a bit harder because I never made any space for it, but probably not as many, actually. Iron, you know, I'm a bit lazy with iron. Anyway, I do think we can probably switch over to that. I think one of the hardest parts, really, if there is a difficult part with using the core drill style, is because you have to deal with all the outputs. If one of the 5 or 6 outputs backs up, like the liquids you can technically burn if you don't want them, but the physicals, I'm not sure how to manage all of them. Like, we don't use rare metals very much for anything yet, anyway. So no matter what I do, eventually there's going to be a warehouse full of rare metal, and then everything will stop. Because nothing really consumes them yet. So that's why I've kind of been hesitant. We can probably consume all the sand, rock, copper, and iron in different rates. That's part of it too, so you got to make sure your consumption is higher than your output, or something else stops. Anyway, as a problem for a little bit later that I'm just throwing around in my head. We still haven't gotten that. We still haven't gotten any more telemetry. And this is going to hold that for a long, long time, but I guess I could just use a splitter to prioritize one input. I was hoping we'd have a satellite launch by now while I was just looking at stuff. We need just a lot more rocket fuel. Here, I'm just going to pour all these. Right, because the rocket fuel is getting split. I probably should have made a... Well, I need more light oil too, but I should have made separate machines for fueling the rockets and fueling the satellites. That would have been smart. I just want to launch one rocket so I can see where the data goes and decide if I need to change anything. I could go look up on the Wikipedia probably, see what's going on faster. But, somewhere I picked up some radar. We're getting close. We're almost there. We're almost there. Just a few more. Late night with Blue. Blue starts making dumb mistakes. Oh man, so close. It's 3 fuel per tick, maybe like 2 more ticks. What I can do here. I mean, I could start switching to speed and productivity mods in the bottlenecks. That is a classic fix. Definitely a good idea. As our power situation is not a problem, I probably should be, like, the machines that are slowing me down, I should just upgrade them. I think part of the reason I haven't is it's because they're just the tier 1 modules. I know we're going to get better modules very, very soon. They're not that hard to make. So if we want to go extra speedy or extra efficient, we can do that without too much work. Some work. Alright, it's launching. That's what I want. Good. Let's see it. See where this data goes. Learn about a new planet somewhere. Goodbye, cool rocket. Ah, I got stuck. Tried to race it. Can't keep up with it. We found another moon. Awesome. We are slowly filling up our universe. The known universe. Okay, it's coming out on the side that it's coming out on, which is perfect. This is the side I wanted it on. Alright, we got nothing to worry about then. All good. Alright, so let's get this show on the road. Let's get some research. Now we got to get this into the research labs. You just need to get it optimally right there, which is honestly not too far off. We can probably take this wood line. Yeah, we'll just follow the wood up. There should be enough space to get through along there. And we'll use some big undergrounders just to make it a little bit less gross. Meanwhile, under attack, as always. No problem, though, on that side. Alright, here's where it gets a bit tricky. We're going deluxe with the underground reds. Yeah, we don't even have, like, the better belts yet, only the tier 2s. Things are definitely a little slower in the mod pack, for sure. That make it? Oh, I'm one short of all the way across. Dang it. Alright, I'm just gonna get over there, almost done. Alright. Wait a second. How come I have an odd number of underground? Oh, it's the worst. I don't even want it. Get in my inventory. I probably made a mistake somewhere and there's just a dead-end underground belt and the whole thing's gonna stop working. I hate that. That's a bad feeling. They should always be even because you need one in and one out every time for it to work. And if you have an odd number, then something went wrong. We need... not quite. Like that. Alright, now I'm not even 100% sure these labs will take in the new science, but we'll find out in just a couple seconds here. Sometimes labs are, as you get to higher techs in the mods, they're like, there's new labs that only take in the higher level techs. But we'll see. Looks, I mean, I could have just checked, but yeah. We are rocking. All right. Now, how much of this science are we going to get? Probably not enough, but the bottleneck will be whatever the bottleneck will be. We're going to turn it all on and start researching here in a second, and then we're going to see which parts fail, and we know what part's going to fail. It's the steel. We don't have enough steel. It's going to be really hard to make enough electric furnaces. I think we're going to have, you know, infinite telemetry for a while. Like, we're not going to run out of telemetry for a long, long time. I think basic tech cards, no problem, and I can make more if I need to. That's not a problem. I actually think the speed modules won't be a huge problem. They're not fast, but it doesn't seem like we're running out of green science or solid fuel. But we'll find out, maybe. But surely then the problem will be steel into furnaces. Yeah, that will be the mistake. And that will just mean that we'll need to definitely expand our iron steel mines, or maybe hook up the core drill to get this running efficiently. But it is working. So, I'm going to take a very short break. This has been 2 hours. Just 2 hours to get science. That's, I mean, I also did some chatting and showing stuff off and looking at planets. So, you know, we've been multitasking. And there's lots of things to fix. There's always things to fix. There's so many things we could improve. But yeah, I'll say phase 1 of tonight's stream achieved. We have got rocket science. We'll have to pick carefully which sciences we want to unlock, because we're not going to have a ton of them immediately. Probably military. I mean, that just unlocks so many things. But I'll pick and choose when we come back what we want to focus on first. Maybe getting power armor, you know. That's a classic, you know. If I want to go clear out bases, power armor and exoskeletons to move faster, you know, that's I think that was when I knew I liked Factorio, was when I got my first set of power armor and put in like 3 of these or 4 of these and just started zooming around. And we're not getting any of these today, but one day. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Just gotta get a drink, stretch out, classic.
Responsible for the breakdown of the fabric of society and world order. I'm a one-man genocide. Say everything you want to say to me now. Because you don't have long.
All right, blue is black, and it's time for a new soundtrack. I've been keeping the music a little quiet, not because I don't enjoy it, but actually because my hearing's kind of shot by the water in my ear. So really loud, aggressive music is kind of harder to parse, I suppose, when I'm trying to talk and play a game. So I will pick a very chill one, the classic Donkey Kong Country, which I remember being pretty good, but we'll see. And I'll even update for any future or etc. tubers the name of the album. Or I'll try. Country 3 double the trouble. Alright. Alright, we'll see how this one goes. And we'll get back into it here. Got my drink. A little bit of stretch. It is very late, so I'm expecting kind of low viewers in general. And I'm not sure how much longer I'll go. I'll need to get some sleep eventually, but I want to get some of the science done and maybe one more notable achievement tonight. And then the VODs will be up so people can catch up at a regular time. Alright. Yeah, we know those are not going to keep up. That's fine. So, just a quick guess how many of these tech cards are actually in the line? We've currently got like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 18 labs, and I could add a couple more, but it doesn't matter. 2 each plus whatever's in the belt back this far. I think you fit 4 per square. These are 3 wide, so 9 times 3 is 27 plus another few, so probably like, I'll say like 50 on the belt, 50, maybe 60. This is coming along, and another 40 or so in the labs. So we don't have enough rocket science to do anything yet. Actually, that's like we need 300, 350 Okay, 75. We might be able to get one of the modules. But, I mean, I don't know if that's worth it. Now, the blue module does unlock nothing, because this is all way higher tech. Red module unlocks nothing. Green module unlocks nothing. So you would be getting these just for the sake of getting them. Not that that's bad. I was talking about how it would be nice to, like... Would it be worth it to get 6% more productivity out of some of my things? Or maybe just go for speed and get an extra 30%? Now, I think what I want to focus on is actual improvements. This doesn't lead to much either. Everything underneath it is like space tech. Except I can do better laser turrets. That's like the only thing it unlocks, I think. Because all these other symbols are science packs that we don't have. So that's not great. I mean, technically we get piercing shotgun shells and cluster grenades, so that might be fun. And it would unlock a damage upgrade for anything with lasers. But I haven't actually done laser turrets yet because I don't really know why. I just never went down that road. The flame turrets have been doing such a good job, I didn't want to throw in laser turrets. And to be honest, we didn't really have very many energy upgrades, damage upgrades yet, so... So that's unfortunate. I was hoping we get to see, like, cool uranium ammo, because I don't really have any use for uranium, and hey, uranium sounds good, right? Bring out the old Duke. So if that's not an option, then we have to go for advanced electronics. It's a little bit complicated, but okay. We've got the red circuits, the rare metals, the acid. We could just hook that up. That will get us into whatever a centrifuge does, which I don't know. Huh. That's something. Signal transmission. Circuit signals. I think this might be logic across planets. So, like, you can say, you know, inventory full, send more, kind of thing. Or inventory empty, send more. Meteor defense, I mean, sure. I have reason to make the blue science. Umbrella energy beam. Wait, does this turn people into weird monsters? Defends a planet from space-based energy beams and coronal mass ejections. I mean, that's great. I don't know how high of a priority that is, but that sounds... so that's that bad boy. I could get personal lasers. Well, it's kind of a little bit of a lackluster, a little bit of a letdown. All along, I've been thinking this is a lot of work for rocket science, but it doesn't get us that much. I mean, that I can see. Let's just, for now, let's see if we can get some steel output increase. We're gonna need more steel, one way or the other. How are we gonna do that? We honestly don't have enough iron income, really. I did do the calculations at some point. Steel... I think to work one steel furnace, normally you would probably be electric with whatever I was doing. I was just lazy here, but one steel furnace, man, burning coke in it is not that efficient. Anyway, yeah, we gotta switch to electric. It demands 15 plates every 8 seconds. So almost 2 iron plates per second. And we can make 1 electric furnace eventually will make, at a ×2 speed, 15 and 24. That's like maybe 2/3, like 2/3 of 1 per second. So I think it's like 3 to 1. 3 iron furnaces to 1 steel furnace. And we have 3 running full speed. It's not even close. I think we need, like, triple or quadruple the number of steel furnaces. So if I wanted to do, let's just say 10 steel furnaces, we're going to need at least 30 iron furnaces to fuel it. I don't think we've got enough iron. I mean, I could set it up, but I think it would just run out. So we have a bit of a problem. If I remember correctly, the nearest iron expansion that was any good was here. This one's too small. Well, 500,000, but this is almost 3 million iron. But boy, is that a fight to get there. That would take a couple hours of fighting, probably. I don't think there's any other nearby iron. Well, this... would that be easier? 3 million iron? Plus 6 million iron. Oh, we're gonna get hit. I was just talking about energy beams. We're finally gonna get hit by an energy beam. As soon as I look it up, they're like, ah, by the way, you're gonna get hit by something. Well, I can't do anything about this. There's no way we can research the defense against coronal mass ejection. So whatever it's gonna do, it's gonna do. Here I am trying to make steel, and we got lasers from space killing us. It said, look something up in space explorations. Steam power? I haven't read this. There's a lot of information that's changed in the mods. I remember trying to figure out how high temperature steam worked and all that earlier. Energy beams. Coronal mass ejection. Stars in the area, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it'll hit your planet. Build a defense station with a large accumulator. If you have a small base, you're probably fine. You get some hours of warning. I mean, we don't even have the tech to deal with it, let alone the batteries and anything, so... Sure, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. If it destroys our base, you know, nothing I can do about it. It sucks. That sucks. Okay. Meanwhile, iron. So, I'm still just trying to decide what to do. I don't really think I should be draining this iron deposit. Like, it's gonna run out pretty soon anyway, so adding a significant expansion is just a bad idea. We'll probably just want to burn through the last of this iron, and then do a bigger smelting and use this as an iron input for the base. I don't want to rebuild all our construction, but, you know, we can move the actual smelting out a bit further. I mean, technically, there's some iron in here. It's just that stupid coal-iron mix that I don't like dealing with. And, you know, it's in the middle of the base. And, of course, to deal with steel, you do still need to keep the coal and wood connected as well. So it is it takes a lot of space. It's a big project. Don't think there's any coal. I mean, we could, it's actually, you don't even need to worry about it. You can explore automatically now without having to walk, because we've got a satellite. I don't like uncovering too much area. I assume it just triggers more biters. But it's much quicker than walking. So you can see for sure, you know, lots of iron. It is all desert, so we will be under attack a lot. Hey, another core drill. There is some coal here, though, so that's a little bit helpful. More iron, wow. So, 3 big iron deposits, a gigantic oil deposit, and a decent-sized coal. This is probably the way to go if we need to expand, but... I just want to look at this with the camera on. I don't know if we have the tech to clear this out in any kind of reasonable time frame. I can sit here and shoot them for hours. The big worms, I mean, there are medium and large worms. assumedly. Maybe they're all just medium worms, but the large worms especially have a lot of health, and they take a lot of shots to shoot down. I feel like this will take us ages to clear. Like, we could probably burn through some of these smaller bases, but yeah, there's a big worm. So right now this takes like 40 shots or something from our rifle. maybe no, half of that. We upgraded the ammo, so 20 shots. And all I really care about is just upgrading my steel. But I mean, we could alternatively, we have a few options. We can try to drain every last iron from our base and move stuff around and try to get that to work for another few minutes. We could try to hook up the core drills. The problem with that is I think we'll just use all the iron up after a little while, and then it won't turn on until we're dealing with the rest of it. And I don't know how to do that right now. Other than just making more warehouses to store increasingly large amounts of copper, stone, and stuff. That will just fuel it for a while until the warehouses fill up. I mean, that's fine, I guess. We could run the copper into our base, so the copper and the iron would probably get used, but the rare metal at least would have to stack. Or we can look for iron, and I think this would be the way to do it. Decisions, decisions, decisions. One thing that I regret not setting up in advance is a place to manufacture turrets automatically. Because if we're going to do a large expansion, it would be nice to have a big stack of turrets. We've got the walls and stuff automated, but I don't know how many turrets I'm going to need for this. I'm leaning into a big base assault. Just taking a drink, thinking about it. Looking at my base. And my pitiful amount of steel. I'm also tempted to try to iron this part up. Well... This is definitely not a smart decision here. I'm pretty confident that as soon as we start researching, everything is going to bottleneck. Like, as soon as we start consuming science, I mean, we've got more and more rocket science building up. That's good. But I'm pretty confident once we start making more green, red, military, etc., whatever we need. I guess it's only 4. Red, green, blue, rocket. Or 5 if we use military. But I bet you this is going to just cripple our base instantly. Because everything will turn on. Make up your mind, Blue. Make up your minds. There's no other iron nearby, right? Lots of oil. So much oil in the desert. I mean, I could explore a bit further. But I'm trying to find it close, right? So let's do a little layer around the low side here. The size of these bases, man. Some iron down here, but that's pretty far away. Our big ocean. I think they can walk through this, maybe. Maybe not. I was always planning on using that as a choke point. This actually narrows a bit to the east. Oh, that'd be a great place to make a wall. If I was really combat focused, yeah, we would definitely want to clear right to there, build a wall, something over here, I guess, but that's just too much work. That's gonna take, I mean, it would take an entire stream to get over here, I think. do one more line up top here. See if anything pops out. Yeah, there's a bit of iron and coal. I mean, that would be an option, I guess. The desert's also a bit dangerous because, like, with no trees or forests, the pollution very much aggroes nearby. So it definitely incentivizes me to use those drills with efficiency modules in them so they don't pollute as badly. So it's a bit easier to defend. And then put the pollution kind of in my core part of my base, where we can defend it. But I'll still have to make the walls and everything out there. Alright. Alright. Maybe I could do like a temporary... I don't know. No, I'm gonna expand. We're gonna go fighting. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go fighting. It's not very good. It doesn't get us anything unlocked, but we need the resources, I think, to continue. I kind of always had a feeling we were gonna need to expand to get it much further, but I should automate these. It's the steel. Let's set up, if I can, easily, I'll set up a turret manufacturer. Gear, cylinder, beams, that's pretty easy. Beams, gears... What kind of cylinder was it? Single cylinder, these guys, right? I mean, we've got gears, the cylinders. So I can do a little... We also need iron beams. We can just take the iron and make beams. Or just use that. Thanks. Steal all that steel so nothing works in my system. I don't even think I made a cylinder chest, did I? Unless there's one... Oh no, there's one right here. Okay, this is what we need. This is where we should do it. Cylinders. I can steal some gears if I want. Does it use... Just for interest's sake, it uses 0.6 of a gear... No. It uses a gear and a half. Almost 2 gears a second. We make 2 gears a second. Oh, also, technically they don't. This is my old part of my base. Alright, we're gonna just make a quick turret guy up here. It won't take very long. This will be easy. Some say spaghetti. Some say... doesn't matter. Some people just say it's good. It's fine. Just enjoy the spaghetti. Some people love spaghetti. Ooh, I could use a passive provider chest. On the off chance that any of my turrets get destroyed, they will automatically get rebuilt. Build that ammo, and then we'll that turret. We also need some gears, which I'm going to use these gears over here. Unfortunately, we can't do anything fun like an active provider and have the bots move it. That's still, unfortunately, a very long way away. Alright, now I don't really want them to make, like, infinite. These are the old gun turrets, but, you know, couple hundred is probably fine. What's wrong with a couple hundred turrets, right? Then they do build pretty slow. Seeing as I set this up, we could double that up. But honestly, just some slow production in the background is probably just what I need. I mean, I could also start doing laser turrets. The thing is, they're much more complicated, and they use steel, and we don't have any steel. Never mind. That's why we didn't do laser turrets. The rest of the materials are okay, but the steel, I can't afford it, really. Even though they're pretty awesome. I didn't really do accumulators much either, although I think I have I have automated solar panel and accumulators in the system. So we could switch to solar power if we want. It's available. We could drop a bunch down, but let's see if we can do a while we're getting things set up. See if I can do a flamethrower as well. Steel. Here I am saying, don't do laser turrets. I don't have enough steel, but I'll do flamethrowers. The difference is you only need a couple flamethrowers. You need like dozens and dozens of laser turrets for them to be valuable, I think. And they need more tech. Well, that's still good. We also just squeeze in some coal, iron, copper. Not super easy. Maybe there's an easy one down here. Oh yeah, that looks good. This is great! This is how you know I'm having a good time. This is beautiful. Just throw this right in there. Someone's gonna have like a hernia. Just steal from some lines. No one will notice. Yeah, beautiful. And I'm actually gonna... Let's see. Because I want to upgrade it. Oh, but it needs steel. That's steel right there! We could steal some steel. Yeah. No, I need one more tile. Okay. No. Yeah. No. No. Can make it work. We just gotta get that steel in there. Burn, baby, burn. Why are things so difficult for me right now? We just need to do a little bit of rerouting. That doesn't need to be there technically. Yep, it's beautiful. It's a wondrous machine. And then our new fancy ammo that we want for ourselves, which I'll put in a passive provider just in case I want some. That there. Fill it up. And we'll say, honestly, 2 stacks should be more than enough. Alright. I mean, this is good. We're getting some things automated that will be very useful to have. We can summon some when we come back to base, or we can just pick it up ourselves. Easy enough. That way I don't have to craft it myself. Good. Alright. This little steps. All that steel we don't have. But the goal here is to get more steel, right? So, you know, we're working on it. Technically, we have a chest full of steel. But if I steal that, are you so red? Oh, because it's... Right, it's like the final output. It's only because these are backed up. Why are these backed up? Steel. No, they're output. Honestly, if we could just get a little bit more steel, these things craft so slowly, we actually make enough furnaces for them. They're full on inputs. It looks like we could actually build more rocket tech manufacturers. That's wild. It's just because there's... I think I underestimated their time. 80 seconds? We probably need a lot more than 5, is what it's looking like. Well, we could speed that up. Oh, I see what happened. If they use modules as a input, then you can't just shift them into the module slots. So that will make them, you know, a bit faster. That'll increase our rocket science a bit, maybe. Now they're using way more power. But power is okay for now. We found the planet, the moon Buttercup. Very nice. But yeah, we're trying to get steel and stuff. So, alright, how are we going to do this? We could expand our solar power. That'd be fun. Or our wind and... Why do I have so many solar panels? Hold on. Bots, what's gone on here? I don't want all this junk. Take this stuff. Keep picking up wood. I'm going fighting. I don't need all this junk. Oh, but we're so close to better weapons. See, if we're gonna... Oh, I said better weapons. We're close to better armor. Do you think we've got... Could I get to power armor before I run out of iron and okay, I've made my decision. I'm gonna go get more iron by fighting, but I'm gonna try to get a small movement upgrade before we do it, because it will just make things so much easier if I can figure a way to do it. I think if I had a way to quickly upgrade our steel production, I should do it. We are running ever lower on iron, though. Like, even just a short, temporary iron increase, like, or steel increase, might be worth it. But yeah, the thing is, now that we've turned the techs on, our power is actually still okay, but it'll take a second for everything to start filling in. And as we start making our science cards again, which will happen, we'll see if we can keep up. We got a bunch of buffers for the moment, but it won't last. I expect, like, the green science. I think we're not making anywhere near enough green science, or green circuits. Almost positive this is not enough. And then, therefore, copper cables. But, yeah, we'll see. So far, nothing's exploded so far. We're just researching. By waiting for a while, we built up a lot of rocket science, so that's... Look at that. Turrets getting built. Ammunition. So, we're going to need to actually build some of these. Red circuits, rare metals, and sulfuric acid. So we might want to plan that out. Should be fun. I was gonna... Another thing I forgot about. I was gonna get rid of these greenhouses. They were just excess wood that we don't actually need anymore. With the old wood Well, I guess I still use them for... No, actually, it's the sand that I use for quartz. This wood... Oh, well, I use the wood as fuel. That's the way. I could build my wall out of better wall. Oh, yeah, we ran out. Oh, it's because it's my fault again. One of the... Every now and then we run into something that I didn't actually automate. One of the things I didn't automate fully was concrete. So I have to actually put sticks in to make the better walls. But, I mean, we've got lots, so it's not a big problem. Starting to run a little low on... Wow, we're not running more. Stone will last a pretty good time. That's fine. Looks like... We have... Okay, I thought we were going to not have enough science to actually finish any of the rocket techs without upgrading. It looks like it was just a matter of time. We were fine. I think our rocket stopped firing, and that might help with the resources, honestly. I think I'm going to just leave the rockets on pause for a bit this time. We've got lots of telemetry data, and I need my resources for science until we figure out what to do, basically. And that means we aren't using steel to make heat shields for the rockets. We're just using heat shields for our furnaces for science. And all the other stuff that uses steel for the furnace or for the rockets is just on pause. Well, once it backs up anyway, but... Yeah, I think it wasn't this. We're still making satellites. Got a good stack of satellites built up. I think the... Well, actually, no, I didn't turn it off. So it's still launching them. It's just limited by fuel. That's fine. I'm still going to shut it off. Because I want this to actually stop. And then maybe the light oil will build up a little bit. And, I don't think we need any more... Let's see the telemetry, right? Yeah, we still have almost, well, probably counting the stuff on the train, on the belts, we have it probably around 1,000 telemetry, which is again 1 to 8, so that's like 800 science worth of telemetry at least, not counting the science that's on the line already, which is probably made a dent in it, but there's probably still a few hundred on the line. So if we can get what we need without having to launch more rockets, maybe that's the way to do it. So anyway, I'll need to build some blue tech processing units next. I might just make one manufacturer for now, because it's a lot of red circuits. But I can... Oh, that's cheap. Exoskeleton is so good. And also, we basically need power armor to use it anyway, so... let's do that first. Yeah, that's probably worth it. So, I'm thinking somewhere over where we make the red science. No. We can use the red science that comes all the way down here. Or the red circuits. Because we need the rare metal, which, honestly, we don't... We make a bit way up here. But I think we can just steal some from our, this thing here. We don't need all that much right now. And then the sulfuric acid is nearby as well. And that... we do, in fact, have lots of sulfuric acid right now. So... Sure. Oh, this is... That's in. We want out. This is all in. Yeah. I'll keep the bottom for inputs just for simplicity. And then we'll do some output up here. And I think I want to use... I'm pretty sure I've automated this. I want to use steel undergrounds. I didn't actually automate. Well, good job, Blue. I meant to. The construction of the steel underground pipes. Oh, because you need more steel as well. I see. I didn't quite have enough space. Whatever, I'll just craft a few. It's fine. It's quite likely that I've been running out of steel for a very long time and just never dealt with it. Ammunition, have to deal with that soon. Meteor? Not here, on a different planet. Meteors 0. Oh. It's... I don't like those notifications. We're getting notifications about meteors that just land in orbit. It's very unimportant for us. That almost killed me. What? It's about that meteor defense system. Come on, bots. You got to save the day here. What was there though? Or was it just the meteor that got destroyed? I think the random bits are parts of the meteor. Because they should have left a blueprint if they destroyed any of my stuff. So we actually didn't really lose anything and the bots fixed it all and we just got some garbage ore out of it. I think. Well, I guess that's okay then. If that's all that happens. Wild. I've never seen a meteor land so close. That was kind of a shock. Alright. We're not getting enough copper. Here I am like, we need to get some more iron. But Blue, you have no copper, and you must scream. Yeah, this is... This is bad, too. Let's hook up the last of our copper deposit. Was there any copper up north by the iron mines that we're trying to get to? Oh, wow, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be right there. Let's just make sure we get all this stuff connected at least. Almost. Okay, that is legitimately the last of our copper connected. Which is, not much. Ooh, boy. There's actually a tiny bit. You can see it on the map. That's the... So if you want to be super thorough, you put down a miner to mine like 50 copper. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Just cleaning it up. Well, we did get power armor unlocked, which if I could get to that blue processing unit, we could build now. pretty easy. High priority would be, I mean, Tesla coil. Is this a defensive? Oh no, this isn't an offensive Tesla tower. This is charge equipment. I don't think we need that. Not right now, anyway. Technically, we could make a discharge defense. This is the offensive one. Push back, stun enemies? That's neat. Discharge remote. Oh. But you have to manually... I don't understand. That's kind of weird. You've got to use a remote. It costs you 10 turrets, a ton of steel. Weird. It does do some damage. Huh. Alright, well that's something maybe. There's your standard personal laser turret. It's like 5 laser turrets in one. I think we want to get this exoskeleton out of the way, because moving faster. 20%, this is a good... Alright, well that didn't take very long. Probably could just manually mine it out of the ground. Alright, let's try to get those blue cards. The meteor just stunned me right out of my progress there. Good job, meteor. We can go south, I think. What was that there? Conveniently didn't run into any other underground pipes. Oh boy. Pretty good though. I mean, these steel pipes go at an impressive distance underground. I like it. And I think I just need to get around here and we'll be okay. This is probably where I want to craft it anyway. Alright, exoskeleton. Good. Good. We'll put the shielding in there because it's stronger than the other shields. Alright, so the goal is to make our new processing units. Whoa. Oh, right, because it's... No, it's only got 2 inputs. Okay, sometimes if it's got liquid plus a lot of inputs, you have to get kind of funky on your connectors, but this is fine. That connects up. Alright. Reds are... Should I really... Alright. This is just silly. Let's not do it this way. They're just too convenient there to not do this a little bit different. We can do a long inserter, actually all the way down here even technically, if I want more space. And then we can change this. I mean, this... No, let's not do that. No. Alright. So that gets 1 input. We just need the rare metal. And, because this is very extensible, I'll try to get a few more. And we got some groovy Donkey Kong music to keep me motivated here. So for now, my only solution for rare metal is to just take it from our core drill, which won't last forever, but it should last long enough to get me a bunch of these, I think. And then we'll need a better long-term... We'll need a permanent solution eventually. We'll put it in a passive provider chest for future. Getting some of that research out of the way, which is nice. Oops. Looks like we're actually out of range of a... We're in a dead zone. Ah, no! Cell connection's not connecting. I guess that means we can make a roboport. Surely we know how to make roboports. There we go. Connects up to all the nearby nodes. Cell coverage is returned. Nope. Apparently, cell towers require power. Did you know cell towers require power? Alright, adaptive armor for shields. I don't know about that discharge. Personal lasers are pretty easy to make. I don't know if I'll actually want to use them, but it's cheap enough that I think we can afford it. But I gotta get this rare metal going. Crazy how long this stuff takes to get set up. Even my kind of weak level of research, you can still research faster by far than you can actually build any of the stuff that uses it. Unless you got a bunch of blueprints already and you played the game a dozen times. But... Alright. Technically, we might want some space to extend the power there eventually, but... we're just going to connect up lazily for now. This is one of my least permanent solutions of the night. Yeah, this is fine. I can redline it up, or I could, I suppose we should do, one red line on one belt is the same as a yellow line on both sides, or, words aren't coming out properly. One fully saturated red is enough for 2 yellows, or a half saturated red is enough for 1 yellow. So if you split them in like that, it's should be equal in and out, assuming it's fully saturated. And this will run for a while, but this will eventually fill up with not rare metal, so it will turn on this system again, which is maybe good. But as the rare metal comes out, these will turn on and fill up with other colors and other elements. But eventually we will run out of rare metal because we're not consuming anything else. That's kind of the problem of that system. Now, if I connect up the iron and the copper, it will last a long time. If I connect up the stone as well, then it's just uranium filling it up. You know, it certainly can last, but there's always going to be one that you don't use enough of, I think. So, I don't know. I'm just not sure how to handle it yet. Maybe this unlocks something that I just can't see. Thruster suits. Oh, this is what we should be going for. I forgot about that. The worker robot speed. Yeah, if we can get there. It's a few hundred, but maybe we can afford it. Meanwhile, we'll get some blue cards done eventually. It's on the way. That'll work easy enough. How's the base holding out here? Looks like the science packs are still, like, actually pretty well stocked up. It goes somewhere in here is the end point. I'm actually quite surprised that this is keeping up at all with research. I didn't expect, with our pitiful steel supply, that this would keep up at all, right? Now, we're not researching very hard. We're taking lots of breaks between, but still. It's working better than I expected. We're not getting a lot of iron, though. Yep. A couple more iron mines shut down. Slows everything down a little bit more. I think in hindsight, with how little metal I had in my base, as I knew I was starting to run out, instead of throwing all these efficiency mods in, I should have automated production modules and taken that extra 4%? 12% each? It's not much. But we would have got more ore out of them at least. Well, I can always connect the core drill that we have. I can certainly connect the copper and iron into my base, and it will keep running for a while. And I can, like, I think this is maybe the way to do it, at least for now, is to not worry too much about the backlog. Something will stop it. But we do at least have one use for rare metal now, which will help this keep from being the one thing that fills up with. And I'm sure we can consume more iron and copper than we can actually produce from one drill until we expand to more drills. And the drills are easier to get to anyway, so maybe that's just what we do. I'll have to find something for the rock and sand. I mean, I could do... No, I can't do steel here yet. Unless there's a way to make coal out of oil? I don't think so. Don't I have a recipe book in here somewhere? Where'd it go? Blueprint book? No, I thought it was... It's not the blueprint book. There's a limited number of quick buttons here, and sometimes when you unlock a new thing, it just shuffles out something else that used to be there, and I don't know what the old one was called. We don't need jackhammers very often. Recipe. Is there a way to make coal? Yeah, I mean, it's sure not cheap, but we can turn 80 oil, heavy oil, into 8 coal. That's interesting. I don't know how to do that. Actually, I say that, we don't know how. This is a tech we don't have. And we're not going to get. Okay, so we can't really just make coal out of nothing. We're limited by the coal in the ground for steel, which is bad. I think we need to make sure we're only using coal for steel now. using coal to fuel furnaces is actually, I think I've done a disservice to my. Well, wait. No, we get infinite coal too. Thank goodness for the core drill. I forgot about that. You also get coal. So yeah, never mind. Infinite coal, infinite steel, stone that we can turn into wood, infinite wood, coke. I am an idiot. I should have just done this ages ago. It's all set up for me right here, practically. We're gonna make more steel. Just give me a minute. Staring at me all along. Worker robots. I can make them 35% faster. Totally worth it. Oops, well. Well, try to stop him. Okay. Let's get my power armor first. That sounds more important, but yeah, we got enough. Let's just set this up now. Keep me filled with just a stack of the stuff once it gets crafted. All right, so all we need to make better armor. It's not that expensive. We got it. I don't even need anything else. I just threw everything on the ground. Don't worry about it. It's fine. As soon as this is... I think I forgot that the modular armor gave you an inventory space. It could have been worse. It could have been way worse. But yeah, that'll happen. Item explosions. Alright, we've got the power armor equipped. We've got even more inventory space now. And a bigger grid. So... let me try to... First off, clean up your mess. Alright, we cleaned up our mess. Now we can do a little bit more cleaning up with the bots. Still got our constructor bots. Right. I will... Oh, that's what shut off the personal roboport. Put the roboport back in there. At least for now. Oh, the generator too. That's right. Because I had to... I forgot all about this. I had to put coal into my personal generator. We can make much better generators than that little baby one. So we'll get there in a second, too. Yeah, now that we have way more space. Hey there, Rob. Yeah, it's late night with Blue Knight. This is charging with the power from the generator. They all got reset when I exploded everything. That's fine. So, what I want to do is plan out my new tier of armor, right? We've got 6x6. So that's quite a lot more space than the old one that was, I think, 4x4. I definitely want exoskeleton suit. At least one, if not two. I mean, we've got access to personal submachine laser defense. And sniper laser defense. That's pretty cool. Those might be worth it. But you might not want them in all the time. So what we want for sure, is better power generation. The roboport is pretty important, but maybe not mandatory. And the legs. It's all about them legs. I'm going to build 2 legs right off the bat. I mean, technically it's 2 pairs of legs. Maybe you're not allowed to stack them anymore, because it always seemed a bit funny to have speed legs and you just put multiples on and somehow move faster. That was always a little bit curious. Let me check. Our science may have slowed down at last. How are we doing here? Nope. Science has not slowed down. We're running a little low on rocket science, but we've made it a lot further than I thought we would. So, great. All right, armor. So these guys are much bigger, yeah. Oh, but you can double it. Oh, wait. I don't think we have enough power. 200 kilowatts. Yeah. We would have to turn everything else off. I don't think we've gotten any faster yet, basically. I kind of decided I wasn't a huge fan of the night vision anyway. Alright, where's my other generator? That's what I want to see. I'm pretty sure we've got a better power generator. It was just too big. So we were using... I think we were just using the small one, actually. Right. 2x2, but 3x3 won't fit with 2 exoskeletons. Oh, no. Solar panels. All of them. Then you'd have to be using batteries. We do have jetpacks. Belt immunity. We did get the worker robot speed movement up, which is really nice. Maybe we'll just see if secretly this upgrades something for us. This will probably use the rest of our rocket tech for now, anyway. I would really like to have 2 of these on at the same time. 20% is nice, but not that much. 40% is good. But that's 4 small generators, which I could do, but then I couldn't run the Roboport. I mean, maybe now is not time for Roboport. Now is the time for combat. Thank you. This is quite the mess we've got here. Interesting. I think that was my old storage box. So what do I do? I mean, it would be nice to have some shields as well for defense. Our power armor does have better defense, I believe, than the modular. So acid goes 50 to 60. Explosion goes up by 5%. Fire goes up by 20%. Physical stays the same. Radioactive doubles 15 to 30. And, of course, the inventory size is always a pleasure. The acid is good, because we get hit by spitters a lot. But we could also make adaptive armor that has some shields. That does use 50 kilowatts as well. I'm just trying to think if there's a way to have 2 exoskeletons. I think we can do 2 exoskeletons, but nothing else, because it would take 4 small generators. Would it be worth... I'm going to test out the solar panels. I know I made some somewhere. There they are. That means we need some batteries. They're 2x2. I mean, I'm being a bit greedy, but I would really like to get that movement speed up. That's like so helpful for dealing with biters. I think 1 is not enough for us to outrun them, but I think 2 is probably enough, or at least very close. That's why I'm working so hard on this. So that gets us 192 kilowatts. Now, I believe these only use power when you're moving. So if you hold still, they will recharge. Technically, right now, we're making enough power for them anyway. But like this way, we're only making half enough. So when you run, you're draining them a little bit. And then when you stop, well, I mean, maybe it's pretty quick, but I think we can do this with a couple solar panels and a couple batteries. I think. It's gonna take a little while anyway. And besides, well, I mean, a lot of my movement is with the grapple gun. So, I mean, that's a point against this strategy. Well, these guys are doing good. We could certainly upgrade the amount of blue circuits we're making, but I don't think we don't use them for much yet. I think if I unlock some different modules, maybe. I'm not sure what we're gonna need these for yet. Other than the power armor, we haven't needed it for anything. But it looks like we can keep up with the production pretty easily. It's 12 seconds, pretty slow. Alright, let me throw in that battery. So, yeah, when you're moving, it's going to drain the battery. When you're holding still, it's going to charge. Because we're only making, just under 200 kilowatts. During the day, and at night, this won't work at all. Well, I mean, it'll work. So now, it charges when you're holding still, and it basically just even when you move. Which is fine, like, that's no big deal. It doesn't need to charge when you're holding still. At least during the day. So we could put... I don't know if I want another battery, actually. I think one battery with... Well, it depends on how fast it goes down at night when we're running around, I guess. Like, we could do 3 solar panels and 2 batteries. And that is maybe enough. That means I don't get to use my RoboPort. Which is kind of a nice way to fight biters, but maybe it doesn't matter. We'll build one more solar panel anyway. During the day, we charge even when we're moving. We could certainly swap the RoboPort in. 500 processing units per hour. Good. Something. We're not getting enough. Oh. Things we're not getting enough of, though. Yeah, I have a feeling the base is going to start crumbling really, really soon, though. Copper cables. Copper for cables, I think we're just out of copper now, finally. We're probably just smelting the last bit. Yeah. So it turns out we ran out of copper faster than we ran out of iron. Looks like we might finish Military 4, and then that'll probably be it. Oh, how's my... Oh, I guess you can see the battery there in the bottom. So at night, I definitely don't have enough power to run around at night. So I could just grapple around at night. I just want to connect I actually don't need to smelt it right here. I can just take the copper and connect it there to the main refinery. Yeah, that's fine. This was always the backup plan. Oh, hey. Wait. I know what to do. I remember. Robots. Deal with this. Robots? I don't have a Roboport. They'll deal with it. You'll see. We'll come back and it'll be gone. They'll drop some bombs on it. See if I can just line this up a bit. Trees! Get out of here. Good bots. Keep me filled up. I ran out. Actually, I don't know if I think I automated red belts somewhere. Pretty easy. Here's... Yeah, I think we still don't have bots that can carry enough, so they're only able to carry like 1 or 2 things at a time. Even numbers, so it looks like 2 at a time probably. So we unlocked energy weapon damage for 300 more science and energy shooting speed. It does make these things pretty good, or at least... Oh no, we can't. This is not upgraded. So we only actually get 1 of the upgrades damage. Alright, what else do we have to look at? Honestly, I'm a little bit unimpressed with rocket science. It hasn't really given us too much. The power armor is good, of course. But overall... Alright. Picked up all this fuel. I didn't really need... Copper, stones. Who needs rocks, right? Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's see. So, trying to get that copper connected. It's not quite connected. I ran out of belts, so let's finish that off. Right. You actually need to connect the lines. Alright, so that's, again, a bunch of copper connected, and I should probably do the same with the iron, either now or very soon. Oh, also, I don't like that connector. Let's do this a little bit better. This is 2 lines into 1 line kind of connector, which is usually not what you want. So instead, that will be fill up the line time. Alright, that'll get the copper working again for a while. I actually... Well, no, it'll last a fair while. I mean, there's like 23,000 stacked up. And we are mining more. This is all working again. We are now actually using some steam to power this whole thing. These are pretty expensive. But overall, we're stacking up the pyroflux rather than burning it. This means the oil will fill up and all this stuff is technically working again. So for iron, I think we want to build our new one. Because this is all kind of dumb. Let's do some steel. Let's steel it up. So for steel, we need the coal and the wood. We'll keep it kind of on the south side for now. Now I don't really know if my wood output is enough to really help. That's one of those things that I didn't measure how quickly we're making it. Electric furnaces. You know, if we could just automate this a little bit better, we'd be able to just pick those up. I'll steal some. We don't really need the science. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Let me remember how to do this. I need a smart inserter. Might as well make a passive provider. Of course, it's not in the network. And this guy will pick up furnaces. And we'll stack up, I don't know, a couple hundred. Or maybe just 100. Another dead zone. Cell coverage is terrible. Blue, what have you done with your base? Alright, connect it up. This is probably good enough. Alright, that gets those into the network, which is probably for the best. We also had a whole bunch already, even though we're not making very much. But this will just make the old steel construction guy. I mean, I need the furnaces to get the steel going. So we need a fair amount of coke, although I forget exactly how much. But that's the only thing we need the coal for. And the only thing we need this wood for as well, so this should be fine. I'll just actually stretch all the way over. We'll turn this into coke. 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And there we go. The inputs are equal wood, equal coal, so it doesn't really matter. And 16 seconds is a lot of time, I think. Maybe a regular inserter can do it. I'm actually not 100% sure. I will need reds. Add them to my list of things I should probably have automated by now. Not put the power cables. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix it. I mean, I don't need to save power poles, and I still had to use one over here anyway. But they got a long distance. They got a long arm, you know, long arm of the law. All right, so we're getting. Oh, right, and I want to still, for now at least, keep this as low power as we can, because now that everything's on, we are actually getting a bit closer to using all our power. I could just throw down some more steam engines, but also could throw down solar or wind, and that'd be nice. Projects for later. Alright, so we get a bunch of coke. I'm going to... Okay, how much... I know we use a lot of iron to make steel, but how much coke do we use as well? 3. Not very much in 8 seconds. So we didn't need this much, probably. We get 6 every 8 seconds. Oh, so... I think... Yeah, with double speed, you get 6 coke in 8 seconds. And then you use 3 coke in 8 seconds. So, one of these can power 2 steel furnaces. I made 8. I didn't need that many. But that's fine. Unless we make an absolutely incredible amount of steel, this is more than we need. But that, you know, that's fine. I guess... Actually, for extensibility, I should really go to the right. So in case I want to make more, I can. Alright, and then it should be fine. Something like that. Bring up the power lines. That'll get them stocked. Also, we'll drop their power consumption a bit. I mean, I assume in real, just like real life, steel is a pretty power-hungry manufacturing. Not as much as aluminum, from what I hear, but I got lots of room to expand this if I want. You clean all that up, please, bots. Alright, now, we do remember that I need, like, 3 iron furnaces per one of these. Sorry. Yeah. So we're gonna need, like, a tremendous amount of iron plates. And then we're gonna have steel out here. I don't know if I'll need to do double red outs. I probably won't, but... Ran out again. What time is it anyway? Oh, it's getting pretty late for BlueAnkylo. Let's see if I can get the steel done at least. I don't know. I was hoping to get a little bit of combat going, but everything just takes forever in this dang game. Also, it's dark out, and I don't have night vision on, so let's brighten it up a little for everybody. Alright, now I do have, like, iron smelting hooked up. I think I'm gonna double this. Because we know we need the ton. Pick up some more mods. Alright. I don't think these actually need fast inserters, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, this gets both of the sides of the red going. Probably. And then we take all that iron, and this is not leaving us any iron for the base, which is its own problem. I don't know if we'll need anything more than yellow here, but pretty good line. Oh, I got it right on first try. Sweet. Alright, well that should be... Yeah, it needs 20 iron ore in 24 seconds. A regular inserter can do that. And output 15 in 24 seconds. No problem. It might need a red belt all the way down. I can go pick that up. And then we just have to connect the steel up, and we've got way more steel, which will increase the production of things that need steel. And we can actually shut most of this part off once it's connected. And preserve the last of our base iron for the iron line. I should have done that a long time ago. Here's my little fast belt line. Yeah, I think I just forgot that we actually had all the stuff that we needed for steel was already hooked up. I thought I was missing something, but... Alright, everything's faster. I suppose for throughput's sake, just in case, and there's no way... Sorry, not like that. Not like that. There's probably better ways to do this, but... That gets it all on the same line in a horizontal. Okay. And then we just gotta get that... somewhere useful. What's the easiest connector? We want to probably just connect that up with where our current steel is. Which is currently coming down. Yeah, we'd like to keep these bases working. If we get it through here, that'd be the best. And I don't actually want to use these anymore. Yeah. We're just gonna turn this all off. Now I'm okay with this iron because I use it for something. And that's fine. I don't mind using the iron for iron. But I'm trying to use our new steel line instead. For steel, we'll use steel, our other income. For iron, we'll keep this one for iron. Gonna make a bit of a mess, but all right. So there's our steel. Let's throw some garbage out here. And technically, it doesn't even go into the garbage. It just goes into the network where we can pick it up later if we want it. It's just long-term storage. Alright, so we've got some connecting to do. We are still using that wood. Oh, I see a bit of a problem over there. One of those things I've been forgetting about. This is why we need more steel and iron and stuff, because bullets use a lot of that. And I ran out. Alright, well that'll last another decent amount of time. I think we had another meteor land on our oil. What's this with that? Wow. Yeah, it sucks. I wonder how much stuff we lost. Yeah, they took out the chest. So we had like a chest full of fuel. Pretty expensive. And they just blew it up. Just like that. Meteors, man. I know there are meteor defense turrets. I just haven't had a chance to get around to something like that. Maybe it should be higher on my priority. I don't know. That's the first one I think that cost us anything really expensive. What are the odds, right? I just want to give you guys some lights. Because apparently they didn't have lights. And I guess an iron chest. Sure. And a fuel refiner. Stuff like that on its own isn't very expensive, but if the stuff inside of a chest or a machine gets blown up, you could lose stacks and stacks of stuff that you don't want to lose. Alright, that should finish up the alerts. I do see that we're not getting enough components. Probably whatever this is going into is getting stifled. And it's pretty easy to help it out. So I'm going to do that. Why didn't I join those up earlier if they're taking them in off? Alright, 50% more components. We'll see if that helps. How's the power? Eh. It's power. Alright, so we're trying to connect... I should really be connecting it out of the base rather than into the base, just because this is the hardest part. This is where we want steel. Forget how many underground belts it costs to make... Or how many belts it costs to make an underground belt. I completely ran out again. Wonder if we can make it all the way through there. Ah! 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 It's not worth it then. Who am I kidding? We're not going to have enough iron for a red, or enough steel for a red line. Shift below that. Make a little jump. That's really inefficient too. I get the pipes are harder to move around, but like power poles. Alright, this is probably a good place to go down. I mean, leaving some force alive does serve us a benefit. So if I don't need to cut it down, I won't. For now. And mostly just it's faster to not. It's not that I'm lazy, it's good for the environment. Alright, that gets us all the way. Almost all the way. Almost had enough. like I said, I don't think we'll need the red line anyway, but it's here just in case we do need it. That should be a lot more steel than we used to make. Although, you know, whether or not we can get enough iron to keep up with it, and also the base might run out of iron anyway. But, yeah, it looks like this is working. Copper is cooking. Steel is smelting. We don't have iron incoming from the infinite mine yet, but these are, like, they are infinite. They might slow down. I mean, we're probably burning iron a lot faster than we're adding iron. If you keep an eye on the number here, I mean, 27,000, 26,000, it's going down at some rate. So, we would eventually, you know, run out of iron, and it would slow down to whatever speed the input is. I bet you we're not running out of rare metal. Rare metal is growing, I believe. Copper is definitely getting used the fastest. In fact, we're almost out of copper entirely. Wow. That's because it's been running longer. So, we are almost assuredly smelting copper quicker than we are extracting it. And that means this will slow down and our base will bottleneck. There we go. The iron is sort of caught up a little bit better. But we're still smelting the iron faster than we're mining it, I think. Pretty sure. By some amount. Okay. Well, this will probably last a while. It seems to be working. I bet you we won't be getting enough iron to run all of these. Probably just like 5 or 6. But... and the steel should have just connected up with my other steel. But now, anything that uses steel should potentially be okay. Which means all of the stuff that makes rocket science is doing a lot better. We're actually making furnaces and stuff, which are good for the future. And these things are just... well, we're not getting enough yet. But that's just a production speed issue. And technically, we've got a backlog anyway, because there's a bunch in them. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. There's plenty of furnaces. All right. Good. I mean, that's one thing I like to see. And then the base itself... we're not actually currently researching, which keeps it easier. We actually don't need this coal at all. I thought I still needed it for the iron, but I forgot that those are you know, not... they're not old steel furnaces. I guess we actually still needed the coal for one other thing. Plastic uses coal. So it's probably a lot better to save your coal nodes for plastic. I mean, I can still take some out from the... I don't even use all that much coal for coke, comparatively. So I could still make plastic out of this stuff if I need to, as well. If this ever runs out, which... it's only a matter of time. Our coal... yeah, there's not a lot of coal left. And I'm surprised it hasn't stopped. Because we haven't gone and reconnected the mines by the coal for a very, very long time. We did it for the other metals, but not coal. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's very much coal here either, is there? There's a little bit up here. We'll mine it all. We'll get every last little scrap of it. Looks like it's basically all connected now. Seems like I can see another dot on the map or something. Oh yeah, there's a couple blending in, hiding over here. Alright, alright. So there's not much, but we're also using less because now we're not using it for the steel, and that's a big reduction. We could also stop using it for the main iron, but that would be complicated because the spacing doesn't work to switch over to electric. We'd have to. Well, it wouldn't be that hard. Oops. I mean, this is probably worth doing. We just need to move this all over. Alright, so we still want this iron to turn into this, to move up there. I guess we're still using some coal for this steel. And I do need some steel up here. Well, it's just for our guns. It's just ammunition. We probably have enough that I should just shut this off. Yeah, I'm gonna say we've got lots for now. Stop. It's good to have it set up, but I'd rather focus on what little coal and iron we have left to things that are more productive than just boxes and boxes full of ammo. These don't need to be... At the very least... I mean, I probably should have done... Yeah, I definitely should have done this ages ago. How did that get there? I haven't wanted steel furnaces down there in ages. But yeah, we can just throw a couple of these babies in. Do you need to select the recipe? Okay, that saves me some coal, and I mean we might as well do it here as well. Or wait, yeah we can. It's just gonna be a little tricky. We need to make a little bit more space. Yeah, I think I was being pretty lazy to not do this earlier on. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't. I just couldn't see an easy solution, and it wasn't that complicated. But this gets us coke without wasting coal. We turn the coal into coke, but we don't fuel it with coal, so that doesn't cost us. We use energy, and we're not spending coal on energy, so that's fine. I suppose we could also fix those. I mean, that was sillily simple. Barely did anything. Yeah. Alright, guys. Should have done that a long time ago. You can stop yelling at your screen now. Now, that doesn't solve this other part of the problem, which would take a little bit of work. But you can see we're not actually using this iron right now. But we should be. Now, we had quite a few steel furnaces back when we started this. I don't think this will be enough. And then we have to select recipes again, Blue. You know how this works. Alright, and that will get us at least some, you know, more efficient iron. I should probably get some more efficiency modules, seeing as we're upping our power consumption so much. But we're just replacing the coal power with steam power. So we're using this, I mean, technically you're using the same amount of energy, basically. You're just not shipping the coal here and burning it. You're getting the power somewhere else. And we can get the power, you know, the green power. So we still use coal for grenades and ammunition and coke. That's not so bad. Plastic and some custom crafts. Yeah, these drills don't got a lot left. We won't need nearly as much iron going south anymore now that we got rid of the steel. So I think we take this whole section and shift it up. Sure. Might as well get my solar or my wind connecting. Right, I needed more furnaces. And then we can finish this project up. And that might be it for tonight's stream, honestly. It's pretty late, and this is one of those games. Takes a lot of thinking. Frazzles your brain if you're not up to par. You could do like one more research or something. I don't know what I want next. 300s, 200. I mean, we can. I can't actually research that. It's unlocked, but I don't have... It's weird that it unlocked without actually having the space science, so we can't actually do that. Cargo rocket silo. I mean, this is probably one of the next big adventures. I'll save that for the next stream. I guess we'll just get laser damage. Exciting, right? That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, just like that. Probably enough iron. I guess we could do the... I'm not sharing this lane or anything, right? It's. I've even got a joiner here. Okay, hold on. That was a low-tech solution from long, long ago. I have another low-tech solution that I'm going to do instead. Alright. Furnaces are furnacing. That's what you say, right? And, I still don't think it'll last much longer, but... it'll go for a while. Mostly just because we don't actually use this iron too much. It's more for stocking up stuff. Like 200 turrets. Checking on my steel. Looks like steel is working. We're actually making electric furnaces at a good speed. Got some spares even. Science is all the way backed up. Wow, yeah, this is... I would say this is a pretty big success. The base is not, like, fully autonomous, but we finally cracked into the, auto drill. And, like, we're running a fair amount of steel in. Our copper is running out, so our copper will probably be the big bottleneck. Once everything slows down, we're only mining as much as we're mining. And that's as much as we get, basically, out of the drill and the pulverizers. The iron would eventually get there, but it'll take longer. And I might need to run... Like, this is all being turned into steel. We probably need to also cut some of this into just actually iron for iron. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we got too much stone in here. We're gonna need a sink for stone. Stone's at 37,000. It's the one going up while some others are going down. So we're gonna have to get rid of that stone somehow. Actually, there might be a recipe that works pretty well for that. Just turning it into landfall. Because I think, in terms of like item density, landfall will be way, way denser than just stones. So maybe if that becomes a problem, we can turn 50 stone into one landfall. That, and it goes into 200 stack. So one large warehouse of landfall would hold, like, the stone, we would get so much. I think I should just set that up now. We're technically using some of the stone, but not enough. So let's do a little trick here. This is just something I don't want to forget about if I come back next session. Now we're gonna need... Let's put it on this side. We're gonna just need a incredible amount of stone. Like, we can't put stone in that fast. Maybe like... Alright, it's one of those crafts that uses 50 per second, which we can't really do with inserters. But maybe I could do... Okay, it's getting a little tricky here. I'm getting into mod stuff that I'm not as confident with. I don't really want like a huge warehouse, but let's have like a strong box and like some fast loaders. We're gonna try. I think I'll need one of these. So that should fill up as fast as the belt can fill it. And then if we put the crafter beside this and use a stack inserter or a couple. Maybe I should have made a size up because then we could do 3 at once. Probably switch that up. We did a strong box. And do a medium container. Now we're gonna get a bunch of stone. I want to use the bigger container. Oh, it's the same size. Wait, what? Well, that's annoying. Maybe this one? I didn't want like a 5x5. I just wanted a 3x3. I guess we don't have 3x3s? Interesting. These are... Strongbox has 96 spots. This one has 120. 500. I guess the thing I want doesn't exist. Fine. We'll just use the gigantic one. Whatever. It's fine. Well, for one, that'll fill up a ton of stone as well. And this will fill up a ton of landfill. What? Oh, right, you have to... Stack filter, you have to tell them. They don't just know automatically, come on. I guess I could have just gone with regular stack inserter. Whatever. So, I think these guys put 5 at a time and are like 2 motions per second. So I think this gives us 30 stone per second, and it crafts at 3/4 speed. So it uses 3/4 of 50 per second, or well, whatever, something like that. So it's almost at 100%. It's using the stone faster than it's inputting, so that's fine. That means we're actually turning stone as fast as a red belt can belt it into landfill, which is just somewhat useful in the future. And that should take the massive stone pile here out over time. It should be decreasing now, yeah. And that would last quite a while until that fills up. Yeah, sure. We even got our energy weapon damage up. It's fine. These modules are quick. Okay, that's what we'll do for the last thing for this stream. We'll get these modules out of here. And then that'll be it. I'll just do a little bit of checkups while that's going on. We got uranium. We don't know what to do with that yet. Stone's moving. Coal's moving a little bit. I want to check my oil, actually. So our oil will be filling up soonish. I'm just going to check out my cool new legs and go fight some stuff, too. How's our base oil? Well, base oil is basically full. Gas is full. Sulfuric acid is nearly full. That's pretty good. Our copper income is not enough. I'm sure this is the problem. Like, this is pathetic. We are not getting anywhere near enough copper. Actually, this is enough to convince me 100% we should stop this and switch back to the other type of refining. Because I'd rather get that extra 25%. And I don't think we'll run out of acid with the limited copper ore. We just need to take... We need the copper to go as far as we can right now because we don't have a... we don't have a replacement. There's not really any good stocks. Like, probably the best way to get more copper right now will just be to go add another core mining drill setup, which is a ton of work. Alright, just put my excess copper somewhere that will appreciate it, treat it well, and then, sure. Well, that's another problem. I wouldn't say fix, but you can figure out how much, copper we're getting out of that. Looks like I've got the ratio pretty good drill into pulverizers, right? Like they're all running except the last one pretty much full speed. And then it's all making it into the warehouse pretty nicely. Yeah, but the copper production's not amazing. So there's like a production speed. We can see copper ore. It should be pretty consistent. Yeah. So we're getting about 360 copper per minute. There's a bit of flux because the machines aren't... Like, there's a big long wait before the smelt. But that's not too much. The things that can consume copper use way more, I'm sure. If we could make it. So 360 copper ore should turn into 25... Well, it should turn to 360 copper plates. We were basically just losing 25% of it without the extra acids. Yeah, plates are going to be basically the same. I guess it might be a couple percent higher than the ore because, you know, we get the 1%er of extra once in a while. That little copper will come out. Alright. This is all done. We don't have to remember these. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with all this. It seems to work. I kind of half wish I'd set the core drill up earlier, but it does use a lot of power. So it's nice that we waited as well. Waited a while. We're getting pretty close to running out of power, actually. We're still full satisfaction, but we are using our turbines nearly to max. Now, I could build some more turbines. I'm pretty sure we have enough steam power. This is not going to go down very quickly. I think it's going down a little bit, but no, we could make more steam if we wanted. If this was running 100%, then I'm like, okay, that's it. But we can still add more. But it's not... There's other uses for pyroflux, so this is, you know, this is good, but I probably would be wise to add some more wind and solar. Okay, last thing for today. I'm gonna take my super speedy boots, and we're gonna try to shoot a couple fighters. We're not gonna be able to clear any bases right now. I don't have the time. Oh yeah, and then like ammo and stuff. I've been meaning to do some refill trips here as well, so it's a good idea. Been meaning to add walls along here as well. The spitters. I thought that the cliffs would be nice to save me some walls right back when resources were tighter, but they just spit over top, and then that doesn't help you at all. Right, so we haven't done any fighting really this stream. Unfortunately, we didn't really get any like weapon upgrades for these. We have better shotgun shells, but this is why I didn't want to kill bases. Sure, the small worms are no problem, but... Is that everybody? That's all them biters. But, like... I guess I should wait till it's daytime, so you can see, and also, my batteries will work better. Looks like 2 exoskeleton is still not enough. I mean, they don't catch me nearly as bad. I was hoping I would outrun them with 2 exoskeleton legs, but it seems like 40% movement is probably not enough. Alright. It's a lot better than it used to be, though. I went to grapple, but I had the wrong weapon. Good thing I got all these things, so just die instantly. Power armor. Not good enough. We need power armor Mark II. I will at least make one minor attempt to kill a couple biter bases here, but... Oh good, we're actually totally out of copper. We're so slow again. I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but the reason I try not to grapple when I'm being chased instantly is as soon as you grapple, they forget like where you are or whatever, and then they just run away. But I want them to chase me to my base. Let's try this again. I'm just glad they remember your inventory loadout when you die, because that'd be worse. I guess we could clean this up a little bit, just so I don't get slowed down. Alright, let's see if I can, you know... I couldn't even kill one of their bases. That's... Yeah, they just instantly turn around. And I need them to not run away because they block. Like, I can't even shoot their base, right? Like, this has been my problem all along, is that, like... Shoot! Dang! I was pressing the button to shoot. It wasn't shooting. I can never get anywhere near their base. Like, I mean, I can try to push with turrets, But it's a fair amount of work to build turrets closer and closer and closer and connect them up. And like, you can do it, but the worms outrange you, so you can't use them to actually clear bases. The worms have longer range than the turrets do. So you still have to shoot those. You can't actually destroy the bases with the turret. I mean, I can. Maybe someone else can, but I don't think I can. Yeah. We're really good at defense, but offense, it's not really working out. Or did I die this time? Alright, so I mean, we almost killed one spawner, you know. It's amazing. Can I not hit it? Okay, we got one. I'm so far away that their AI can't even handle it. So they're not chasing after me. But I have to shoot through all these rocks. So, you know, if the AI is bad, you can technically snipe them from out of their range. But I don't know what they're doing. They're running around up there. I feel like we're just going to get a gigantic war wave that actually destroys my base, right? Like, the risk here is that, you know, I push them back, and then they reinforce, they get confused, and come back even stronger. Obviously, the super long-range weapon is not a vanilla weapon, and I don't think the game was coded to cover this kind of aggro distance. I mean, we did destroy a few. So this kind of reinforces that it's possible, although it feels like a little bit of an exploit at super long range like this. But I don't know. I don't know if this is actually cheating or not. Oh, that's a lot of them boys. And then they just immediately turn around. See, that's... I don't know if that's them being smart or me being dumb, but like...
In a land untouched by time, lives the life that man has forgotten, where the primitive struggle
Yeah, these
against
rocks are not
nature
helping.
and danger is...
Yeah, I mean, the turret defense does a great job. Nighttime again, so, you know, risky. Where am I? Couldn't even see him, just shooting me in the dark. Where did all my medkits go? I'm sure I had a stack of 20 medkits, first aid kits. There's no way I ate 20 of them, right? I know I used a couple, but... The biter stole my medkits. That puts us in even worse position. Should have brought more. Just look at them though. Like, they're just... Like... I really feel that my problem is that to make a dent, you spend like so much time. Can we, if If I haven't already, can I just request some med kits? Yeah, I do. I mean, it's gonna take them ages to get here because we're halfway across the map, but this has not been very effective. And remember, like, the goal here... Well, sure, there's some iron right here that I forgot about. There's always that. You see, the goal was to be like, let's expand and get this 3 million, 6 million, plus millions of coal and millions of oil, right? It's like, if we could just expand into here, we could get a lot of resources. Although it won't solve our copper problem, which is the most problem, actually. There's not a lot of copper nearby. Yeah, actually, given that we're absolutely out of copper and iron is, you know, okay, I feel like I'm not going to do any more expansion until I get better weapons or something. I think the solution will just be to double up on this. Build another core drill right here, real easy, set it up similarly. Maybe even just move the fragments from this one around, just follow the wall or whatever. And then just connect it to the same system and have another 7 of these. Just mirror it, basically. Maybe even go to the same warehouse. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Central location. And then just have that split into my base. I think 2 drills could probably keep us going for quite a while. It would... Yeah, maybe that's what we do. We actually backlogged that steel finally. Wow. I mean, we're not researching or building rockets or anything, so the base should be shut down mostly. Interesting. But yeah, I know our copper input is pretty bad. Without exterior copper, the only way to get copper is out of these drills, and it doesn't come out very quickly, so I think we just need to add more drills, or more core drills. And we've got up to 4 available. Maybe that can get us to one of our moons where we can get... Like, if I remember correctly, the thing I'm looking forward to is hitting up... I think it was just Morgan, right? Because it doesn't specifically have a lot of oil or a lot of copper. It says 246 frequency. I mean, maybe is that more than enough? Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. The bar is full for all the regular resources here, and that just means 100% frequency, size, and richness. Probably the same as your map generation settings, which I just left at default. And it says, you know, estimates, sure, whatever. But 100%, that's just the stuff we're dealing with right now is the average frequency, size, and richness is like how much ore per square, basically, if I remember correctly. The first moon, it says, like, the bar makes it look like it's smaller. And, I mean, clearly it's less frequent than oil, which is at 700%. But 100% richness is average. 94% size is about the same. That's the total number of tiles. And the frequency is way higher. So yeah, it's a bit... I think that's actually a little bit confusing for me. I guess because you can set your map settings any way you want for your home base. So it is like, yeah, like you say, it's relevant to, or relative to each other. And that I get. I think I would rather the bar was... I think it'd be more intuitive for me, at least, if it was like whatever your baseline 100, 100, 100 is, or whatever your like whatever your home planet setting is, maybe. That was the midpoint, and then extra rich just went right and less rich went left, or however you wanted to average it. Because I don't think it really matters if it's 200%. Well, let's just say some arbitrary number, 500, 700, 800%. Doesn't really matter, right? Like, that's super frequent. There's tons of it. And also on the small end, it doesn't really matter if it's 10% or 15%. It's both kind of useless. Relativity makes less difference than absolutes, I think. Because what I would want in a quick glance is there enough uranium ore on this planet to go there? Well, this doesn't actually say that, because you have to hover over and you're like, actually, it's not bad. But, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get on the mod author's case. I'm sure these guys put an incredible amount of work into this, but yeah, it's just good to know. Anyway, my point is, if we go here, if we can get here, I remember that, I mean, there is, as much as it looks like there's not a lot of copper, there's tons of copper. And this is, we have to get shipping, you know, we have to get logistics. But with infinity oil and a good amount of copper and iron, this would be a very nice expansion. Also, more important than anything, these planets and moons have no enemies. Which means I don't have to mess around with all the dang turrets, which makes a huge difference. In fact, I don't know if I've even seen one that has threat yet. So, closest moon, totally safe. Other moon, not perfectly safe, but I mean, if you're one of the devs, you fix it. Yeah, I mean, that'd be awesome. So I'm not going to go to this moon even until I need the resources. Even though this is 7% threat, which is tiny, it still means we have to make the turrets. 0% is considerably different than 1%, for instance. Although I'm sure just a couple turrets would guard us. I don't have to worry about it at all on the other moon. Another threatless moon or threatless planet. So we'd probably go here. Well, that said, it might be a lot easier rocket-wise to get to moons than other planets, you know, with the whole fuel consumption. But I don't know, we're pretty future tech. It's not like we're actual Kerbals or you know, 1960s era humans. I feel like once we start building rocket ships, it probably won't be significantly different to get to other planets. But we'll see. I'm not sure how the mod will handle it. We've already got pretty high-tech stuff available. And I do like the extra solar power generation. It's kind of... Well, that's not enough to really matter too much. Let me just have a quick look. We've got all these planets I haven't even looked at. I need to end the stream, but let's have a quick look at what we've unlocked. Low threats. Lots of good stuff. I still don't really know what I'm looking for these materials, because it just doesn't really matter. At the moment, I just want our basic resources. That's why finding lots of oil and copper and iron is all really good, because that's the stuff we're actually running out of. But at some point, I'm sure we'll need all the fancy stuff. Buttercup, a large-looking moon. Well, I don't think we want to go here yet. It's got meteors full of biters, so this is straight out of Warhammer for sure. They just fall out of the sky and take over your base. That's great. Unless this Vita Melange is super important, we're not going there anytime soon. All right, good to know. Polus, Iridite, average threats, a little bit safer than our home base, but. And again, I have to mouse over to actually tell. Like, 1,629%. That is so far beyond what my, like, you know what I mean? Like, is that, how much better is that than 200%? Well, mathematically, it's 8 times better. But, like, I don't know. All that really affects is, like, every couple screens, you're going to see a patch of Iridite, because it's super frequent. And you can mine them for 3 times as long, and they cover half the map. I don't know. It's interesting. All right. That was Polus. All right, and then we got our asteroid belt. Usually, you'd expect gas giants, but not today. Cadmus, still a little bit of threat with uranium. If we ever get nuclear reactors or nuclear-powered rockets, maybe. But we've got enough uranium already, kind of. I feel like uranium's not one of the things you need, like, tons of. You just need little bits. 214. Yeah. See, I'm not a calculator. That doesn't mean anything to me. Cryonite. Yeah, this is cool. Most of them have some threat. There's only a couple that I've seen that were absolutely free. So I think I'll definitely want to go to the no biter planets first. It just makes it a lot easier. Oh boy! Well, we're never going here. All it has is stone. Well, I say that, but the best thing is just stone. Is that Kara? And then you're far enough away that your solar sucks. But clearly you just make reactors. You're not getting any coal power either. I guess that's one thing, actually. If you're on a planet with no threat, you can make as dirty power as you want. You can just burn coal for everything if you feel like it. Still not really sustainable. But there is like the oil generators, I guess, which normally you wouldn't necessarily want to use. But on a moon with infinity oil and no threat, you might as well use the oil power, honestly. I feel like that's almost a freebie. Alright, pretty cool. And then we haven't gotten out of our star yet. Boy, this is going to take a long time. I think I underestimated just how long it would take to get through this mod. My factorial skills have dulled a little, and there's just so much to do. And I'm not trying to go super fast either, so that's applicable. Alright, I've decided the walls are where the walls are. We're not taking them any further. We're just going to take advantage of... Where'd my notes go? Did they get deleted? Oh no, you can just... I just was not looking. We're just going to take advantage of more core drill seams, core seams, whatever. I can put in some more solar up here if we need it. Actually. Last thing for tonight, seeing as I think I just give up on fighting the biters. They're too strong. They can't beat my walls, but I can't really beat their bases anytime and efficiently. I'm just going to tell my solar panel box to hold more solar panels. It's in a very convenient location. You know, I've organized my base so smartly. It's further this way. It's especially hard at night. We still have an awful lot of... I don't need to launch rockets for a long time. I can probably make... I bet you I've got enough telemetry to cover the rest of the rocket science. It's just a matter of doing it. With the steel now, the only thing we're running low on is copper, which just slows the thing down. But I can probably get all of the stuff we need for... I'll do this next stream, but... well, for one, we could get some meteor defense, but no, the main thing we're looking for is the delivery cannon, space assembly, which sounds really fancy, and then we start getting into space logistics, labs for space. I think we'll have enough science for all this stuff. I could be wrong. And eventually space research, which will require space stuff. I'm assuming we'll have to make a base in space and get science up there or something. But yeah, that seems to be the major bottleneck. Everything seems to be locked behind space science. It kind of feels like the rocket science tier was not amazing, but we will be able to get, you know, it's a lot of research. It is a lot of science, and then we've got to go through the project of cargo rockets, which is a lot of steel. Anyway, that's a pretty big project for next time. Hey, David. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're doing all right. It is quite late though. I'm just at the end here. Where's my solar? Yeah, my dumb solar power box. Let's actually just let it stock up as much as we want. I think we've got one for accumulators somewhere, and we can switch to... I mean, it's not infinite, but we can build a lot of these. We don't actually get enough, fast enough quartz. And now we have a lot more steel. The reason I was taking it slow here before was we weren't getting enough steel. But now we're getting lots of steel. And that'll get us a little bit more solar panels going. Similarly, we want... in case I need some more of these. One of my not fully automated systems. Oh, wrong one. What is steel even? I know we need these for the satellites. It's not super important, but we want to make sure they keep going. And I have a few things that aren't fully automated, so might as well restock them when I think about it. It's the lazy man way. No, what I'm looking for is my accumulator builds, which is right here. And similarly, I don't know how many of these you actually need for your base, because I'm not, like, in vanilla, classically, before Rocket, like, old vanilla, at least, before you had nuclear, you generally switch, I would say, mid-game to... I mean, I did. Not everyone, I guess. You don't need to. But I remember switching to mostly entirely accumulator and solar. But that's because you didn't want to waste your coal. Or oil, I guess. Kind of limited resources. And I remember needing a just tremendous amount of accumulators to last through the day without coal power as a backbone. However, we have other power options, including steam from the cryoflux from the seams. And I'm going to get more major seam, core seams coming in, which gives us a lot more power flux. So, I don't know. I'll stock up some more, at least. I think having, like, to be honest, like, the wind, if you have space, wind seems to be the way to go. It only gives you 20 kilowatts each, but these buildings are cheap, really, and they run 24/7. You don't have to worry about them at night. So, I think, like, a solar panel was, like, a fair bit more power producing. 100 kilowatts. Yeah, see, that's not even that much better than these. You might be like, that's 5 times better, but it's not. Because, I mean, I don't know exactly if it's half the day. Like, are we on the equator? Is it 50% day, 50% night? I know it's actually probably not. I remember looking at the power cycle. When you've got solar, it goes up and down, and it's like, takes a while to get to full and takes a while to get to low. But whatever the exact ratio is, I know solar is, well, it's not on all the time. It's probably more than half the time, but it has a gradient. So, even though it's 100 kilowatt at noon, 20 kilowatts always might only be a third as bad or something. And you also have to assume the cost of resources to build the dang things. They do use steel, a lot of glass, circuits. Silicon's pretty cheap comparatively, but steel is not. Compared to those wind turbines, which were... where did they hide the wind turbines? Right above it. Really hard to find. Comparatively very cheap. Just basic iron and copper stuff. No steel, no glass, no circuits. And you also need batteries for the night, which are not super expensive, but hey, acid is gas. Batteries and iron. It's not super expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's also space. We might not do much solar, I don't know. I'm not decided yet. I think what I want the solar panels for is if we do go to another planet, and I don't know if there's modifiers for wind there as well, but at least if solar has like a 400% bonus, that might convince me to do a solar panel power build. I really like the core seam. I like Pyroflux. Pyroflux is my favorite. That's where our backup power is right now. We're not using it at the moment, but if you haven't seen this before, just, I guess, for real, the last thing tonight before I get to sleep. Part of our pulverizer that takes the core fragments from the mine, the big drill, it's backed up because we ran out of space for oil. Well, that's something else for another day. But we get this new stuff, the Pyroflux, which is just magma. It's pretty dense, so you don't get a lot of it, but at least for now, there's only one thing I can see that you can do with it, and that's cook water. So 20 pyroflux and 1,000, or sorry, 10 to 1,000 gets heated to steam at 100 degrees instantly. Very, very fast, anyway. So 10 pyro to 1,000 water. And if you remember, most of the steam turbines, at least the vanilla ones, only use like 10 steam per second. So you get a ton of power out of one of those. Now, we've got fancier steam engines these days, but yeah, the basic steam engines that you normally would use are 10 per second. And our possibly modded ones, I can't remember what the Mark IIs are like, but it's 5 times as much. Potentially can handle higher temperatures, but we're not into that. But yeah, these little guys here, which I could easily expand because we've got this huge steam battery. That's a lot of power for, well, very little work. You know, I didn't do very much here. I like it. This is, and like, just compared to like, you could build like, you know, 10,000 solar panels or wind turbines. But like, I could also just get like 10 megawatts per tile here, and that's each. If it is 10 megawatts, I don't think I've ever exactly tested it out because it's not at the max temperature. But if it was 10 megawatts each, that's unfortunate. That's my coal mines got blown up a little bit. But if it was 10 megawatts each, a solar panel was like 100 kilowatts. So it's 100 solar panels per steam turbine, and I mean, I can build steam turbines for less than a solar panel. Interesting. Anyway, I gotta call it here. It's been a good stream. I've been struggling to keep up with the recording YouTube stuff lately. It's a task, but I'm definitely enjoying this playthrough. As much as the biters are a little bit, you know, they bite, but we did successfully today. You know, if you made it through or you're watching the VOD, we went from launching rockets to taking the telemetry, turning it into science, which was not easy. Getting a new tier of science, researching, you know, a good amount of it at least. At this point, we could just rush the rest, I think, pretty easily. And then we also basically had like a resource crisis where we ran out of copper and iron entirely. And instead, we cracked up the infinite copper and iron. And we fixed a bunch of little things along the way, of course, as always. But we now have a pretty good steel income. At least some, well, technically, you know, it's turned off at the moment, and that's bad for the copper business. But we do have a mostly infinite low income copper and iron and everything else. The thing is, it's definitely limited by storage capacity a little, and managing the warehouse, which is fine for now, but I just didn't want to waste the oil, and I didn't want to hook it up yet, so I think we'll figure something to do with this oil out maybe next time. We can store 400,000, we just keep adding, you know, storage tanks, but that'll turn it all back on, and we'll get the copper going in a minute. I could use that oil for... I think I'm going to turn it into sulfuric acid. We'll do a kind of a closed loop where we turn the iron we mine plus the oil we get for free into sulfuric acid. You know, it's simple enough. And then we'll use that sulfuric acid to enrich the ore that we're also smelting. We'll do a bit of a loop with this. And that way we'll get 25% more copper and iron per second overall. And I'll have to do the math, but I'm pretty sure 32 oil per cycle will make more than enough sulfuric acid to smelt 8 iron and 8 copper. Or to enrich, specifically. I mean, actually, it's probably not that hard to calculate. 9 ore costs us 3 acid. Let's just round it up for now. Let's say 8 ore costs us 3 acid. So we'll want at least 6 acid. We can skip the raw rare for now. We just want to enrich iron and copper. So that's 6 acid per cycle. 32 oil, I'm almost positive will turn into way more than that. But let's see the ratios. 100 oil turns into 90 petroleum, so almost 1-to-1. So we start with 32 oil. I already forgot. This is why I want to write it down when I do the math. Yeah, 32. I think that's about 30 at 9 to 10. And then gas to acid is well, it's a bit complicated, I suppose. It's 60 to 4 and then 10 to 100. Yeah, ratios is great, right? Pull out a calculator. 15 gas is 1 sulfur. So it's 150 to 100. That's a 3 to 2 ratio. So 30 gas should turn into 20 acid. We ignore the water because it doesn't matter. And the iron price... Good thing I checked. This is why we have a gigantic buffer, because I always forget about my iron that I need to belt in. We'll do this better on our next build, definitely. So 32 oil, 10 to 9, 3 to 2, should turn into around 20 acid if we turned it all into acid. That's way more than we need. So 100%, we can take the oil output from one of these to smelt, to enrich iron and copper. We would need like 6 out of that 20. That leaves, well, it's probably a bunch of oil. Like, we don't need to turn it all into acid. That leaves lots of oil available for plastic. We could also probably permanent the plastic as well. In fact, that's what we'll definitely do. Because we'll take the coal from the drill and the excess petroleum to make some plastic, rather than our limited amount of basic coal. Yeah, for sure we'll do that. I think that'll be the plan next time, is to get multiple seams linked up and start actually utilizing them a little bit more efficiently. Get the oil turned into acids and plastic. Make sure our ores are enriched fully so I get the most value out of it. There's not much else. We don't really use mineral water yet. The water is worthless, so you just burn it. I mean, we could keep an eye on pollution, I suppose. I could add more pollution filters in pretty easily right now. Another cool mod item. Looks like we lose some every now and then. They just die. I thought that you could recycle them infinitely, but either the screen loading or the belt's bugging out. We've definitely lost some of these over time. One used pollution filter should give me one clean filter, and then a clean filter should turn into a dirty filter, but sometimes they seem to just disappear, because there used to be a bunch here. Anyway, we can use those to eat up pollution around the drills if we want, which is probably a good idea. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking for next stream anyway. We also have more rocks than we know what to do with. For now, I've just been turning it into landfill, which will last a long time. We've actually emptied the rocks. It's important that we don't have a big bottleneck in this. So we need to use up more coal. That's one of the reasons we want to do the steel plus plastic plus anything else that uses coal. Because we don't want these... We don't want this whole system to bottleneck because... we got a bunch of coal we don't need, right? I think we could turn coal into like solid fuel or something if we need to. There's probably a few uses for it. And the rocks are just getting kind of wasted. But, I mean... I think it'd be very difficult to use all the stone in... Well, that's one of the things we had set up. We can use it for quartz and get our electronics hooked up. The wood is... This is not the good wood. Remember, the real wood line is over here where we use fertilizer. The more complicated wood to get maximum output. And we can't even come close to using it, really. This is a pretty industrial wood setup. I was going to do... There's so many things I was going to do. I really need to end this stream. I want to see how many trees we've made while I've been messing around. We have this warehouse full of trees. It's not full. It's not even close. But one day this will be full, and we will go plant thousands of trees somewhere. It's very slow, and I only have one machine on it. So we could actually, you know, a little boost. It's fun. There, we'll get 60% more tree. Use half a megawatt for useless trees. It's fine. I mean, they look pretty nice. We can decorate our base with some... They come in different colors even. That's pretty cool. I like these guys. Octopus. Anyway, I gotta end this stream. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Sorry I haven't streamed as regularly as I always say I want to. Life is tough. And I got a lot of things I would like to do. I know people... well, YouTube is tricky when you don't upload videos for a while, so it's not good for the channel to take a long break. But these VODs, you know, it's something. I'm getting some content out at the very least. But yeah, I'm gonna call that a stream, and I'll try to get back soon, or at least get some videos out. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any promises because, you know, I don't want to let you guys down. Anyway, that's all for tonight. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope you've enjoyed, and have a great day.